The Carolina Hurricanes slammed the door on the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. They won the Stanley Cup. Brandon Bussey, of course, posted a shutout with a 22 save. And Jordan Stahl also won the Conn Smythe. Oldest player, too. Another comeback win for the Knicks, 94-90. They've done it. They bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Final. They obtained their first title in 53 years. And around the NFL, Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with a back injury, continues to participate in walkthroughs at OTAs. The Miami Herald's Omar Kelly believes Dolphins quarterback Malik Willis is the Dolphins player who needs the most work. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped organized team activities, and he did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. And Browns GM Andrew Berry said everything is on the table for Deshaun Watson this season. In the World Cup, the U.S. won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. They next play this Friday, 3 o'clock kick against Australia. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Would you call it chilly outside?
Maybe only because of what we were growing used to at the end of last week.
Yeah, it's hot. Now it's chilly. Cool, chilly, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
If you're just waking up, maybe your windows aren't open. If they were, it's chilly outside. 50 degrees, high of 66 today. Nice day on the way. Yesterday it rained a lot. I was just begging for the rain to actually start. Come on already.
We needed it.
It was really thick in the air. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Happy Monday. We're back. You're back. We're so back. Everybody's back.
Mm-hmm. And we have a couple of champions.
We do. Carolina won the Cup. Knicks won the NBA title.
Mm-hmm.
Team USA looked great.
I'm ready to give them the World Cup if we want to. We'll just make it 3
Yeah.
from the weekend.
Watched a lot of the World Cup. Watched some of the Canadian Open. Yeah. What do you want to start with? Carolina?
That was the most recent.
The series being over means we can get on to the trades, right?
Right. Come on. This morning?
How about a trade?
Right now. Someone had something in the holster ready to go and has been waiting until the finals ended and now it's time.
There is a new rumor out there regarding the Sabres. You see the Bo Byram 1-for-1?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. The Bo Byram 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1. A
Yes.
1-for-1 trade.
Yes. The idea that it was being, let me go ahead and find exactly the source of this, but Byram was linked to NHL Rumor Report.
Cutter Gauthier?
Yeah, Daily Face-Off. The Avalanche and Flyers were talking about Cutter Gauthier, and they had to move him. The Flyers were looking for Bo and Byram for Cutter Gauthier straight up.
Yeah.
And when would that have been happening? Last offseason?
Yeah, that
Okay,
was...
because Gauthier went from 44 to 69 points this year. He had 69 points in 76 games. He is 22 years old. We don't have to get too deep into Cutter Gauthier today. But that's a rumor. It's out there. The trades can start happening now.
Yeah, he was traded. It was January 8th, 2024 that he was traded.
Okay.
To the Ducks. So this was 2 years ago. That would have been while he was in Colorado, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have been on the Sabres yet, I don't believe. Because Gauthier's been gone a minute, I think.
Yes.
So that might have been more about Colorado than the Sabres.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Okay, fair enough. He's got 69 points in 76 games 2 years later. I guess I didn't.
Good player. Good player.
Right. Anyway, the specific trades don't matter to me. Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Staal is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes, but it was overwhelming that Staal won. He got most of the first place votes. Especially in the final. Maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final. Yep. I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. I
guess you're right. I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
That I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side-by-sides of him raising the cup in 2006 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 2026. But when the players were passing the cup around, wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Staal, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question.
They had to have been astronomical.
Yeah, of course, he had in the Vegas series a point in every game and multiple points twice.
Yeah.
What I would say about Carolina and the Knicks and everything right now, I am, sometimes you go through things in your life, you feel a change in yourself. I feel myself right now changing into that I kind of believe one of these two teams of ours is going to win or certainly has a chance to win. Mm-hmm. And I really am in a complete title or bust mode for both of them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I've never been at that point for both these teams. It's not to say I'm not going to have fun during the regular season for either of them as well. But Carolina, what'd they do? They're the team that had been knocking on the door for 5 years, and they win the cup. What about the Knicks? Really good. Thought they hit the ceiling. Fired their coach.
And after losing in the conference finals, fired their coach.
Fired their coach, hired a new guy, won the title. I think about this for a lot of teams. I think about this for, Arsenal, for Rory McIlroy. The World Cup, is that what's next? Is it England that's going to win the World Cup?
England and
or Portugal?
You would say Brazil. Brazil hasn't won a World Cup in 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could say it for Portugal. You could say it for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Somebody that is worthy of having one finally gets one.
Yeah.
And, for a lot of Bills and Sabres fans, we went through long droughts, not like Carolina's 20-year didn't win a cup drought, which I don't want to hear a word about 20 years without a cup. Get real. That's not a drought. That's just normal. That's just very normal life. 20 years. The Knicks, 50? Now that's long.
That's 50. Was it 53?
53. That's
a long time. The exact
number?
Yeah.
But for both of our teams, I'm like Rocky in Russia montage motivated. Climbing mountains, crumpling pictures of my opponent, singularly focused because I'm watching all these teams get over the hump. It keeps happening. It has to be one of these two teams has to do it. And they have to do it in the next 5 years. Somebody's got to do it already. I'm tired of waiting. You're tired of waiting. Generations before us are tired of waiting.
I was going to say, there are...
you've been waiting 60
fans
years.
Fans go back to the 70s that have been waiting.
Tired of waiting. Tired of acting like, maybe someday we'll get a chance. No. Both these teams have to break the door down and do whatever it takes. And, we'll see what Yarmo's offseason looks like. The Bills' offseason, they went like a team that's trying to win. We'll see if they're going to add any more at the deadline or whatever, or how the coaching change is going to work. But I am very much in it has to happen.
Yeah.
In the next 5 years, we have to see an appearance in the title round. It has to happen. or else I will start to become one of those people that believes it will never happen. And I don't ever see myself getting there, so that's where I'm at. Singularly focused.
The Hurricanes and the Knicks had won since 2019 20 combined playoff series before they won. Like, really, it is how many, because all those examples you brought up, the Bills are on the list, and they would maybe be the answer right now, but how many of these teams or individuals in sports don't actually end up breaking the door down? Because I feel like all the guys that get that, or teams that get that, I feel like they end up getting there. Normally, like the Hurricanes got there, the Knicks got there.
The Washington Capitals got there.
The Ovechkin got there, right? LeBron got there eventually. Rory got there.
Giannis got there.
Yeah.
Like, everybody gets there if you're a great.
Peyton Manning, for the title things that he had said about him, like, he got there. He won. Like, unless it's Marino, didn't most have gotten there.
Yeah.
Most do it. And I guess watching the weekend and those teams winning, that almost made me more confident that, like, all these teams that it gets said, like, oh, there is a ceiling, most of them end up busting through it at some point. And Alan said last week, that the best story in sports left is the Bills winning the Super Bowl. I mean, it's definitely true now that the Knicks won the NBA title.
Yep.
Like, that is on that level. That is what's next, I think, for him and for them. I mean, for the city. How many other of these snake-bitten franchises are really left? I guess the Maple Leafs maybe are one of their franchises that did not break. They did not bust through that ceiling.
That's right.
But there are not many examples, I feel like, of if you're that good and you're that good for that long, I think the odds are showing you that eventually you're going to do it. It might even be sometimes you get a little bit lucky, right? Maybe that's why the Bills you're a little disappointed, because you might have felt like they got the little lucky path last year. Like, oh, no Chiefs, no whoever, Ravens. The Hurricanes didn't have to go through the Panthers, who they had no answers for in the postseason the last couple of years, and guess what? No one will ever remember it, except maybe a couple of Panthers fans.
Yeah.
Like, no one will ever remember they didn't have to go through Florida.
Right.
And they might not win the Cup if they had to play Florida.
And Colorado had to go through Vegas, who always gives them problems. And if instead of that they go through somebody else like Edmonton, maybe they do win.
Right.
Yeah, it falls for you sometimes. They've got to find a way to get it done. They have to find a way. And not only do they have to find a way, Kawhi Leonard got there, another one in the chat. Like, Kawhi got there. Toronto got a championship out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's like, that might be the flash in the panty kind of one. I shouldn't say that.
He was only there for 1 year.
He was there for 1 year. They were good. They had multiple seasons of being good. But
that was the example of, like, we are doing whatever it takes.
Yes.
They kind of blew up what had been working for them. They made the playoffs like 5 years in a row, and they kept losing in like the second round. They're like, well, let's go do this, and it might only be 1 year, and then they won the championship.
Yep. And flags fly forever.
Super aggressive.
Flags fly forever. Go find your way. And I'm just like, man, watching all these teams win, I guess I shouldn't say all these teams. It's one a year. But
two over the weekend that kind of fit a similar description, at least lately. Because, like, if you're not like a hardcore basketball watcher, like the Knicks, the story of them being so down in the dumps for so long, 53 years without a title, that wasn't really recent. Like, the years leading up to their championship, they went second round conference finals before this year winning the title. Like, they were some version of this. The Hurricanes have been doing it for longer. I mean, the Hurricanes, since Brind'Amour got there 7 years ago, have been making the second round of the conference finals almost every single year, which they were, I thought, the closest comparison to the Bills in the NHL. Like, they always make it. They're always good. Their odds, every year you go look at the Stanley Cup odds, where a Hurricanes, like number 1 or number 2, and then they just always lose in the second round or in the conference finals. Every year. Same with the Bills. They had not even made the Stanley Cup final in this era.
And they finally get through and get it done. 803-0550 if you want to chime in on this, any thought you want to throw our way about whether it's Carolina or the Knicks.
It is kind of amazing, the Hurricanes, watching them throughout these playoffs. I thought a few times, like, how have they not won before already? The way they could shut a team down, the Golden Knights went 19 minutes in the second period without a shot on goal.
Yeah, and what they did at Montreal was, of course, amazing.
It is insane what they're able to do to teams like
As
that.
the series went on, it looked more like the Montreal series, where you had Vegas unable to do anything offensively.
Yeah.
Their defense was elite. And, if there's another team I'm thinking about there for this, like the Bills are the best remaining story in sports. You know who else has knocked on the door 50 times and hasn't won in forever is the 49ers. The 49ers are the other NFL team for this.
Yeah.
And, if you want to say the Lions, they got to an NFC championship game. If you think the Browns winning would be, there's lots of good stories out there. But the two franchises that have been knocking on the door and haven't won, if you want to include Baltimore, I just don't think so. Baltimore's not been as far as often.
It's Jackson specifically.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. But I think about the Niners,
the Niners.
the Niners and the Bills. The Niners have been to 2 Super Bowls. They've had leads in those Super Bowls.
Yep.
They are consistently excellent, and
They've lost in 2 Super Bowls, lost in 2 NFC championship games,
Yeah.
and in the second round.
And when's the last time they actually won the Super Bowl? Was it with Steve Young against the Chargers? It's a long time ago.
Yeah, you're right. 94.
Yeah. You're going on 30 years.
Right. I was only doing Shanahan. There's the Super Bowl with Kaepernick, right?
Yep.
That they lose with Harbaugh.
Yep.
And there's an NFC championship in there.
Yep.
But the Shanahan Niners.
The Shanahan Niners
absolutely on this
have
list.
knocked on the door louder than the Bills have in the last however many years. They've been closer. They've been there more times.
They went to overtime
Right.
of a Super Bowl.
Right. And took the ball first.
Yeah.
Anyway. Or did they take the ball second? I don't remember.
They took it first.
They took it first because we debated that because it was the first year of the new rules.
And it was the first time anyone had ever gone overtime.
Yeah.
I saw Leaf fans were making fun of Marner, by the way, for his last 3 games. Because of course. Not even Leafs fans, like Leafs media.
Sure. You got to take your wins where you can get them. You got to take your wins. I mean, if you're a Sabres fan and you hate Eichel, I'd be dunking on him. He did not have a great series.
No.
He looked like he was gassed at the end of Game 6 there.
Yep.
Like just out of answers. So, yeah. Take your wins where you can. And Carolina, 16-3, man.
16-3.
And one of those losses was to Montreal, where they're just like, 2 weeks rest was the only reason they lost the game? They got hammered in that game, and then they absolutely dominated Montreal the next 4.
Yep.
So.
And the first 2 series, like they were. Actually,
Ottawa was a close series.
Did Ottawa put up the best fight?
Maybe.
Could you say that?
Maybe.
I mean, they did not win a game, and Vegas did win 2. So maybe that would sound dumb. But, right, every game was close against Ottawa.
It's all what we're watching the sport for, is to see them, whatever, to have fun along the way, but just to still, find a way.
Yep.
Carolina.
How much do the Sabres deserve inclusion in this same conversation? I mean, they of course are not. They're not in the same department yet because they haven't been knocking on the door time after time. One knock. They've got one knock. I think we believe that they are good enough that even with one more addition, that they could do it. Allen existing, you might think, you said 5 years. If someone did do it in the next 5 years, you might think it's the Bills because Josh exists. But the Sabres have entered that conversation. It could be them that would do it. It's definitely possible. And they would not be quite the same thing because they have not been going through playoff tribulations and losing and deep into the playoffs, feeling like for years this team should win the Stanley Cup and they have not won the Stanley Cup. To this point, maybe you could just now feel like that. The Bills, it's been 5 years where it's this team should win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, if the Bills don't and the era ends, you're going to be like, well, that was a failed on some level, that was a failure.
Everybody
you were good
in
enough.
Sports will remember.
Everybody knew you were good enough.
Yep.
And you're not. You didn't do it. The Sabres, we'll see. They've got years and years to finally, whatever, to show us they're in that conversation. Who's in this conversation in the NHL right now? Now that Carolina is off the clock, who's next? It's tough. It's a tough question.
It can't really.
It's Edmonton. It's got to be Edmonton. It's got to be Edmonton.
Edmonton and McDavid.
Yeah, McDavid specifically is on the clock if he can actually stay there.
Yeah, the Leafs are not anymore, right? Because they fell down, but they had been.
Yep,
they had been this. I don't know if you still would want to put them there. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to top McDavid
and Allen, and he and Allen live the same life. Of we all think you're good enough. Can the rest of them do it around you?
It would be incredible for either to end their careers without one.
Feels like
It would be
it feels like it would be more incredible for Allen. Doesn't he have more control over a game?
He does, but
he has more control. He can do more. And it would be harder, it seems like to me, it would be harder to keep the best quarterback out of that game than it would be to keep the best hockey player out of that series.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Just feel like McDavid is further. He is more the best player in his sport. He might be the best player in 25, 50 years.
Right.
And Allen, you could absolutely say, and many do, that he is the best quarterback in football, but I don't think anybody. It's not unanimous like it feels like it is in hockey.
It's probably not unanimous. Might not
but
be
you're right, like the difference in the sport and how much control you have over it. Yeah, maybe Allen is the right answer there. I don't know though that it would it would stick to him. Hockey doesn't also get the same pub, but like for some reason I want it like McDavid being as good as he is. Him not winning. Hockey doesn't really have guys like that, right? Like football at least has a couple. You at least have Marino. You have a couple that have been that good for that long and never won it. Hockey does not have those guys, right? They don't have individuals that are considered the best of all time and not won. Like Ovechkin got one. Crosby got one. Gretzky, Lemieux, like who is the all-time great in that sport that didn't do it? Like Joe Thornton? Is that got to go that far down the list?
Maybe.
So I don't know why that could be total randomness, but hockey, I feel like if you are one of the best of all time, you are going to get a cup. And in football, I just got these couple that are hanging out here that it did not happen for.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Brandon Bussey wins the Stanley Cup with Carolina. They win another cup by switching goalies.
He did not get the cup first, though.
That's fine.
They gave it to Freddie Anderson first? That was fine, right?
Sure.
He
got him pretty far, Freddie Anderson did.
Yeah. I don't know how to even qualify whether he was good or not last night because, again, he went like an hour without a shot on goal.
Well, the save percentage was
He made a couple big saves at the end of the game.
A .931 in the Stanley Cup final.
Yep. Yeah, they finally got the goaltending.
They got it.
Mm-hmm. That was their biggest problem for years, was just they couldn't get anything in goal, and especially in the playoffs.
Well, to that point, because I'm sure we'll debate this, we'll chat about it, and there's also some chatter on Connor Hellebuck and his landing spots.
Yep.
We'll get to a little bit as well. But Carolina finally getting the goaltending, anytime, and I'm sure, like I said, we're going to debate this, I'm sure, in the weeks to come. But if you're someone that thinks, well, Brandon Bussey and Freddie Anderson just won the cup, that's after how many years of Carolina trying to do it with just somebodies? How about this guy? How about this guy?
Right.
How about this guy? If I was to tell you that can win, but your chances of it all falling correctly for you in a year are 1 in 7. Does that seem like a good plan? Maybe, maybe not. You're doing it cheap. You're not paying $10 million to a Connor Hellebuck.
Right.
But it took them a series of failed efforts at it to finally, get the right mix, get the team good enough in front of the goaltender where they could just throw out a guy in Brandon Bussey who was on waivers and claimed the day after Colton Ellis.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
He had a good year.
He had a good year.
I don't know though that honestly would Colton Ellis have done what he did in Colton Ellis had better regular season save percentage at least. Not every number. I don't know. That system just seems so easy for a goalie. It's kind of incredible to me that they had some of the years they did in net. They're not even challenged that much. How many times in the playoffs was it really hard for the Hurricanes goaltender?
They do as good a job of creating a comfortable life back there as you can do. Everything's just from the outside, and you got long breaks, which can be hard. But I thought he made a couple of big saves, which is all they've ever needed anybody to do for him. He made a breakaway save early that was really big, and then a couple late ones, and that's really all you need. When you play that stingy and you're that effective, it just... You're not going to do anything. Sorry, everybody, but we're going to lock this down. And that's why I talk about environment being so important, because to me, Bussey is seriously Colton Ellis, even stylistically. they are very similar goaltenders. He's older and he's got a little more pro experience under his belt, but it's not. He played his first NHL games this year, and his numbers were very similar, and the game looks very similar from both of them. And, that you can stick a guy like that in that system and find success.
Right. Yeah, he's a year older than Luukkonen.
Yeah.
Bossy. He's not a kid. He's not young.
Technically not even a rookie because he's that old, but it's his first year in the league.
Right. Right. There's an age qualification
26
now.
is the
All right,
cap
he
on
beats that.
rookie. So.
Yeah, I guess they would have been the team. Anderson, it is funny, though. Like, he has this reputation, and I even said it, because it just feels like he has this reputation of that's been part of their problem. He can't get it done in the playoffs. His playoff numbers were fine before this run, but they definitely did not have the star goalie, and they never really went away from that. It was, and that could be like where the Sabres are now. It's, all right, Luukkonen didn't have a great playoffs, but unless you're going to go get Hellebuck, you want to just keep going with the same guys, and maybe you change one out eventually, and you just keep believing that this level of goaltender eventually will get hot for us.
Is that
and Carolina? I mean, their goalies were fantastic in the playoffs, and that was years and years, I guess, after they really had the problems.
right?
But
Carolina's been an analytics darling for many, many years. Their new GM, had he been someone that subscribed to this theory as well?
Yep, probably.
Tulski, oh yeah.
His actions would say that he did. He never really went out and got a big name or a big money. Like, what Anderson doesn't make nothing, but he's not like one of the highest paid goalies in hockey.
No, he's one of these muddy middle guys that I talk about all the time.
This year he was on a $2.75 million 1-year deal.
I believe he's a UFA now. Yeah, 1-year deal. So
Which, by the way,
UFA, interesting. Free agent goalie. We're bringing the Cup winner. Although he was not on the ice when they won the Cup.
If the Sabres are bringing in a UFA, they got to make room for him because their goalies are under contract.
Well, you would definitely trade somebody.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number. On Carolina's win, we'll get to the Knicks win. We'll get to Team USA as well. Heck of a weekend for big results. Nick Mendola joins us at 8 o'clock to recap the U.S. win over Paraguay. And now the next game will be Australia. They look very strong going through this group stage. Is it possible to have already made it through off of one result because of +3 goal differential and 3-point win is looking pretty strong? So we'll get to Nick Mendola coming up at 8 o'clock and chat about it with you. 803-0550 on WGR. Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah,
they were the best team. Jordan Stahl is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final, pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes, but it was overwhelming that Stahl won. He got most of the first place votes. Especially in the final. Maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final. Yep. I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. I
guess you're right. I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah,
I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side-by-sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But when the players were passing the cup around, wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Stahl, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
what were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question. What I would say about Carolina and the Knicks and everything right now, I am, sometimes you go through things in your life, you feel a change in yourself. I feel myself right now changing into that I kind of believe one of these two teams of ours is going to win or certainly has a chance to win. Mm-hmm. And I really am in a complete title or bust mode for both of them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I've never been at that point for both these teams. It's not to say I'm not going to have fun during the regular season for either of them as well. But Carolina, what'd they do? They're the team that had been knocking on the door for 5 years, and they win the cup. What about the Knicks? Really good. Thought they hit the ceiling. Fired their coach.
After losing in the conference finals, fired their coach.
Fired their coach, hired a new guy, won the title. I think about this for a lot of teams. I think about this for, Arsenal, for Rory McIlroy. The World Cup, is that what's next? Is it England that's going to win the World Cup?
England and
or Portugal?
You would say Brazil. Brazil hasn't won a World Cup in 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could say it for Portugal. You could say it for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Somebody that is worthy of having one finally gets one.
Yeah.
And, for a lot of Bills and Sabres fans, we went through long droughts, not like Carolina's 20-year didn't win a cup drought, which I don't want to hear a word about 20 years without a cup. Get real. That's not a drought. That's just normal. That's just very normal life, 20 years. The Knicks, 50? Now that's long.
That's 50. Was it 53?
53. That's
was
a long
the exact
time.
number? Yeah.
But for both of our teams, I'm like Rocky in Russia montage motivated, climbing mountains, crumpling pictures of my opponent, singularly focused because I'm watching all these teams get over the hump. It keeps happening. It has to be one of these two teams has to do it. And they have to do it in the next 5 years. Somebody's got to do it already. I'm tired of waiting. You're tired of waiting. Generations before us are tired of waiting.
I was going to say, there are...
you've been waiting 60
fans
years.
Fans go back to the 70s that have been waiting.
Tired of waiting. Tired of acting like, maybe someday we'll get a chance. No. Both these teams have to break the door down and do whatever it takes. And, we'll see what Yarmo's offseason looks like. The Bills' offseason, they went like a team that's trying to win.
The Carolina Hurricanes slammed the door on the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. They won the Stanley Cup. Brandon Bussey, of course, posted a shutout with the 22 saves, and Jordan Staal also won the Conn Smythe, oldest player to do so. Another comeback win, 94-90, for the Knicks. They've done it. They've bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Finals. They obtained their first title in 53 years. Around the NFL, Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with a back injury, continues to participate in walkthroughs at OTAs. The Miami Herald's Omar Kelly believes Dolphins quarterback Malik Willis is the Dolphins player who needs the most work. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped OTAs and did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. And Browns general manager Andrew Berry said everything's on the table for Deshaun Watson this season. In the World Cup, U.S., they won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. The next, they play Friday at 3 o'clock. Kick against Australia. In the MLB, the Yankees beat the Blue Jays 8-3. The Red Sox fell to the Rangers 6-4, and the Mets, they beat the Braves 8-1 yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
One of the best teams in the regular season and a brilliant playoff performance. And they're going to clinch it appropriately with a total team effort and a shutout. The Carolina Hurricanes have won the Stanley Cup for the second time.
Sean McDonough on the call with Ray Ferraro as well. Carolina wins it. You see the moment where Eric Stahl and Mark Stahl make it down to Jordan Stahl on the ice?
I did not.
You did not see this moment? All right, I want you to see this moment.
Oh, no.
Because you, as the chief Eric Stahl hater, which is,
Fine, take it.
It's justifiable, but also with brothers, it's a pretty great moment. He gets down to the ice, and like they're just like screaming in each other's faces. Like that's a guy that captained. Stahl was the captain, was he not?
No,
who
Brendan
was?
Moore.
Brendan Moore, sorry.
Yeah.
That's a team that led Carolina to a cup, and his brother, they played together for a little while, and like you could just see.
Yeah,
it's pretty great.
Yeah, in fact, it might be. Is that Mark Stahl?
I think
also?
so.
Like,
I think so.
Okay, so it's all the brothers.
The brothers on the ice.
Maybe the dad too.
Celebrating 37-year-old Jordan Stahl.
Yeah, that's a cool moment.
It's a pretty good.
And I will give Eric Stahl credit. He's not wearing any Hurricanes gear or logos. So if he was out there in like Hurricanes jersey, Hurricanes hat, and like paint on the face, then I might have a problem with it. But he's dressed like he's going golfing. So
yeah, is he still on the payroll?
He's on the website. I don't know if he's on the payroll.
Is he still gonna be on the staff? A very excited Sabres front office member. It's fine. It's fine. It's his brother. And like I said, I told you to watch it because even if your cold, hardened heart of a former Hurricane works for the Sabres, it's a pretty great moment on the ice there. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 is our phone number. Carolina wins the Stanley Cup. Ugh. Less tough to take. They didn't beat the Sabres on the way.
They did not.
Less tough to take for me. They beat Vegas, a team that nobody's all that, sad for. So it is what it is. Fine. Carolina wins the Cup.
Who is there to feel bad for on the Golden Knights?
Marner. I feel bad for Marner.
Marner? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to. Anybody out there has to feel bad for Marner. But, I feel bad for Marner because, the whole idea that he would have been abused quite a bit online, all this, and some of the Toronto media that might enable all that, like that's just back this summer. He can be called a loser, and I'm sure that people will do that to him online. Anyway.
I found an article, by the way, that listed the Conn Smythe odds from before the playoff series.
Okay.
Marner was the favorite coming into the series. It listed 9 names, the last of which being plus 8,000 to win the Conn Smythe, and Jordan Stahl was not listed.
Wow.
So I don't know what he was, but he was longer than plus 8,000
to
win the Conn Smythe.
Well, good for him.
Did he have 6 goals in it?
Yeah, 6.
I guess that's really my biggest reason for not being like, oh, this is the worst. I hate the Hurricanes. Is I thought his story was pretty cool. And I guess I've never really had a reason to not like that guy. Like, what's ever really happened between the Sabres and Jordan Stahl, or Jordan Stahl and anything? He's just kind of been hanging out as a pretty good player for a long time.
Yeah.
And I've never really felt like I had to think about him. I think he broke his leg in Buffalo one year, because I think I was there. It's like a gruesome injury that he had here. But like I've never really had to think about him. And I thought his story was pretty cool.
Do you want
and to have all those goals in the Stanley Cup final?
Do you want a fun Carolina stat here for you?
Sure.
Okay. How do I phrase this in a specific way? It's a stat I'm making up. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're at Freddie Anderson count 14. Regular players over 30. That's an old team.
Yeah.
Here's the list. Guys that are 30 or older. Nikolai Ehlers, 30. Just signed a UFA deal last year. He's 30.
Okay.
Do they win the Cup without him?
Probably not.
Maybe not. Taylor Hall, 34. Jordan Martinook, 33.
Second in scoring, by the way.
Martinook, 33. Stahl wins the Conn Smythe, 37. Carrier, 31. Jankowski, 31. Eric Robinson, 31. Delorier, 35. Jacob Slavin, 32. Sean Walker, 31. Gostisbehere, 33.
It's like their best 3 defensemen.
Right. This is an old team.
Miller's pretty good. Chatfield, too. But yeah, that's really old.
That's an old team. Anderson, 36. That's an old team. And we're sitting here at the center of a debate about whether or not the Sabres should pay one old guy. One.
Right.
Right? It's not.
It is kind of crazy.
They don't
because
have six.
Florida had a lot of old guys, too, when they were winning cups. I mean, they brought in Marchand, and he was playing, obviously.
We're over here pulling our hair about one old guy.
One old guy.
They don't have another old guy under contract for a lot. Now, granted.
Right, where would Tuck rank on the Hurricanes in age?
In age, he's 30 right now.
I think he's either 30 or he's turning 30 before the season.
Okay, well, he'd be behind.
He's 30. He turned 30 in May.
Good. He'd be behind everyone that I just listed. I can see when Ehlers turned 30.
Yeah.
If it was more recently than Alex Tuck turned 30. February. Nope.
So Ehlers is the only one that you just named that he's actually younger than?
No, he's younger than all. Tuck's younger than all of them.
Or that's what older
that's what
than.
you meant. Yeah. Tuck's younger than every single player I just mentioned. Now, every player I mentioned isn't under contract, through 2030. Like Gostisbehere is under contract for next year, and that's it.
Okay.
Jalen Chatfield, he's 30. Whatever. He's one. The point is, the Sabres have their aging veterans. Sure, we could get to like Jason Zucker and Jordan Greenway and their ages. Like Zucker's 34.
Yep. Zucker's is evidence of this too, though. Like he showed up at 32 when he got here and has just been really solid for 2 years.
Do Sabres fans know how old Sam Carrick is? Sam
You could
Carrick.
have a lot of different guesses on this.
Right? Sam Carrick.
I guess he's 33. No, younger? Younger than that?
Sam Carrick is 34.
34.
Yeah. 34. Like another one of the, hey, this guy showed up. He's got a lot of juice. Like him. Perfect fit. What a guy. He's 34.
He's 34 years old.
And not under contract for a lot of years here. So it's just kind of funny. Like here's the Stanley Cup winners with a lot of guys that are old. Finger quotes, old, 30. You're 31 now, so you're old too.
31.
Yeah, now that we're saying 30 is old, you're old.
I would be too old for an 8-year contract for many.
That's right.
I really, at this point, all I want to care about is can you skate? That's it. I don't even care how old you are. Can you skate?
Can you skate?
Are you a good skater? And that's where, like, Tuck, I think, rates well. Maybe he's not. You can look up some of those NHL Edge numbers that show, even though I think he was faster this year than he was last year.
I know you had that early, a month ago, 2 months ago, that he was back after last year.
Yeah, but he's still a tick slower than maybe he was like when he first showed up here. But you might expect that for anybody. Is that going to hold? Because he looks like a guy to me that if he skates like that, or even 80% of that, he's going to be one of these guys that lasts into his 30s. Like, why is Jeff Skinner done in the NHL at 34 years old? Like, part of it is that he was a one-way player.
Doesn't
and
play
when you
defense.
Can't score. But another part of it is that dude's he's not fast. He had the weird skating style. I don't know if I want to call him a bad skater, but he's not somebody with foot speed that I think you need if you're going to play into your mid-30s. You need to have that. And I feel like every guy you mentioned on Carolina, even Stahl to some extent, like these are not slow players. Like, watch how they play. They are on you. They're a swarm of bees every time you have the puck.
Yep.
Like, they never stop moving. And they're old, but they just Taylor Hall's 34 years old. He's one of the fastest players on the ice. At least he looks like he's one of the fastest players on the ice. He used to be one of the fastest players.
He's always
on the
been
ice.
a great skater, yeah.
Him and Eichel had a long moment in the handshake line, I saw.
Yeah?
Is the relationship only here?
Good question.
He never got to Vegas, did he?
But what are the chances Eichel said something like, you made it out and you got it done? I mean, for Hall, 34 years old, he's been waiting a long time.
Yeah.
He's been on some competitive teams, whether it's, Edmonton. No, Edmonton was never good when he was there, right? Boston,
maybe 1 year at the very end, right? That they were good. If he had won the Conn Smythe, which he did not, he would have been the first player in NHL history to win the Conn Smythe as a first overall pick. But he did not win the Hart. So, yeah, he's been around.
He didn't win the Conn Smythe. He did win the Hart.
Excuse me, right.
Yeah,
He did not win the Conn Smythe. This was his 7th team in the NHL.
34 years old.
Yeah. The Sabres were not the team he played the fewest games for, amazingly.
That's
He
going
played
to be
37 games for the Sabres, and that was not the fewest games with a single team.
Boston re-signed him.
Boston
is
played
Chicago?
158. Chicago, he played 56. That's more.
Fewer games than that.
Yeah. He played Edmonton, 381. New Jersey, where he won the Hart, 211.
Edmonton, New Jersey, Buffalo, Boston.
Yeah.
Is it
Carolina, of course.
right? Is the stop in between Boston and Chicago?
No, the stop is actually the place he played immediately before the Sabres. So the Sabres signed him away from this team.
How come I don't know that?
I mean, I would have never remembered it.
How come I can't?
Owen, you got to
Because it makes sense. He did not play. I feel like I know he didn't come from New Jersey. He won the MVP.
He stopped one place in between New Jersey and Buffalo.
Boston.
No, Boston was after
Sorry,
the
Boston
Sabres.
was after.
Boston's
yeah.
where the Sabres traded him to for like Anders Bjork. Want it?
Sure.
Arizona.
What?
Okay.
I forgot about that.
You don't got that? You don't have
No.
I don't have that in the
you
bank.
don't Taylor Hall in a Arizona Coyotes jersey committed to memory
I'm imagining him
in that
like
college rink.
right in that purple Kachina
I'll take-
jersey in the college arena.
I don't know how he got there, but yeah, there's a Coyote stint in there.
803-0550 is our phone number if you want to pop in. Nick Mendola at the 8 o'clock hour to talk about Team USA, who we have not talked about yet. Team USA taking Paraguay down. Great performance from Team USA.
What a night!
Oh, what a night! It was amazing. So we'll dip into that as well, and get you the latest on all things happening. Victor Wembanyama, there's a new nickname for him that's been coined.
Is it like a mocking nickname?
It is
Great. What is it?
Victim Wembanyama.
Victim Wembanyama?
Victim Wembanyama. Yep, it's a good one.
I'm gonna have to defend
A lot of complaining, a lot of crying from that guy. A lot of people feel like he got born into a villain. Dirty player, protected by the league, whiny. He earned all that.
this. I'm gonna have to protect this dude for the next 20 years.
You
aren't I?
probably, well, maybe not 20 years, but for at least a year. I mean, he's probably got to grow up. He's 22. So, you might give him a little bit of a pass for being 22, but he made himself some enemies around the league. 803-0550 is our phone number. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. What I would say about Carolina and the Knicks and everything right now, I am, sometimes you go through things in your life, you feel a change in yourself. I feel myself right now changing into that I kind of believe one of these two teams of ours is going to win or certainly has a chance to win. And I really am in a complete title or bust mode for both of them. And I don't think I've never been at that point for both these teams. It's not to say I'm not going to have fun during the regular season for either of them as well. But Carolina, what'd they do? They're the team that had been knocking on the door for 5 years, and they win the cup. What about the Knicks? Really good. Thought they hit the ceiling. Fired their coach.
After losing in the conference finals, fired their coach.
Fired their coach, hired a new guy, won the title. I think about this for a lot of teams. I think about this for, Arsenal, for Rory McIlroy. The World Cup, is that what's next? Is it England that's going to win the World Cup?
England and
or Portugal?
You would say Brazil. Brazil hasn't won a World Cup in 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could say it for Portugal. You could say it for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Somebody that is worthy of having one finally gets one.
Yeah.
And, for a lot of Bills and Sabres fans, we went through long droughts, not like Carolina's 20-year didn't win a cup drought, which I don't want to hear a word about 20 years without a cup. Get real. That's not a drought. That's just normal.
It's not.
That's just very normal life, 20 years. The Knicks, 50? Now that's long.
Yeah, 50, was it 53?
53. That's
was
a
the
long
exact
time.
number? Yeah.
But for both of our teams, I'm like Rocky in Russia montage motivated, climbing mountains, crumpling pictures of my opponent, singularly focused because I'm watching all these teams get over the hump. It keeps happening. It has to be one of these two teams has to do it. And they have to do it in the next 5 years. Somebody's got to do it already. I'm tired of waiting. You're tired of waiting. Generations before us are tired of waiting.
I was going to say, there are
you've been waiting 60
fans
years.
that go back to the 70s
Yeah.
that have been waiting.
Tired of waiting. Tired of acting like, maybe someday we'll get a chance. No. Both these teams have to break the door down and do whatever it takes. And, we'll see what Yarmo's offseason looks like. The Bills' offseason, they went like a team that's trying to win. We'll see if they're going to add any more at the deadline or whatever, or how the coaching change is going to work. But I am very much in a man, it has to happen.
Yeah.
In the next 5 years, we have to see an appearance in the title round. It has to happen. Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Staal is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes, but it was overwhelming that Stahl won. He got most of the first place votes. I mean, especially in the final. Maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final. Yep. I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. I
guess you're right. I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side-by-sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But when the players were passing the cup around wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Staal, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. So, get you a stat of the day. Stat of the day brought to you by Jan's Smoke Shop 2 and Gas Mart, where everything about Jan's Smoke Shop is smoking. So, the Knicks won the championship. They won the title. That's great. Mm-hmm. And one way to look at this stat is that the biggest comeback wins in NBA Finals history of the 16 big – not of the 16. Take the number 16. Of the biggest comeback wins in NBA Finals history – the Knicks had the number 1, number 3, and number 5 biggest comebacks in the same series.
Wow.
There's other ways to look at this, like whether it's what the live odds were or win percentage / probability. ESPN had their model that the Spurs, in their 4 losses in the series, had win percentages of 91, 73, 99.6, and 95.4. They led by 12 in every game that they lost. Mm-hmm. It's a series of giving up leads, blowing leads. Crazy, the NBA Finals, how they ultimately played out. And that's where your guy Wembanyama, he said, we dominated them for large stretches of the series, and we only lost in 5 games.
Right.
So
yeah, they led for what was the number on it? How often they led in the series? I think it was over 90%. Of the series, the Spurs led.
Yep.
Yeah, that quote That quote made it around, and it was for the only line that said that we dominated most of the series.
It's a little bit like McKinnon after losing gold,
right.
you decide who the better team is.
The whole answer was he was asked about what he learned from the finals. And he said that one of the things I learned was our margin of error is very, very thin. We dominated for most of the series, but our errors, our mistakes, were punished so hard. You can't have up and downs like that this much.
Yep.
That was the whole quote.
That's right.
I don't think anything he said was bad about that at all.
No, that's right.
They led for 90% of the series.
803-0550. Congrats to the Knicks. Remember I told you my high school buddy that he liked the Knicks, and I just rooted again. I texted him. I said, congratulations on the Knicks. Long time coming.
Just that, no exclamation point, no emoji, fireworks, nothing.
No, just
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was happy. It was 30 years ago, 1994. The Knicks were in one of the more famous finals to me, and they lost it. And that's why I kind of felt like they had won a championship before, because they'd been in such a memorable final. Anyway, Knicks win. Jeremy and Joe, we'll get you some juicy rumors on the hockey side. There's going to be some activity. Maybe it starts today, now that we're on to the next season. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Staal is a worthy Conn Smythe winner, because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final, pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes, but it was overwhelming that Staal won. He got most of the first place votes. Especially in the final. Maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final. Yep. I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. I
guess you're right. I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side-by-sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But when the players were passing the cup around, wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Staal, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question. Brandon Bussey wins the Stanley Cup with Carolina. They win another cup by switching goalies.
He did not get the cup first, though.
That's fine.
They gave it to Freddie Anderson first? That was fine, right?
Sure.
He
got him pretty far, Freddie Anderson did.
Yeah. I don't know how to even qualify whether he was good or not last night because, again, he went an hour without a shot on goal.
Well, the save percentage was
He made a couple big saves at the end of the game.
A .931 in the Stanley Cup final.
Yep. Yeah, they finally got the goaltending.
They got it.
Mm-hmm. That was their biggest problem for years, was just they couldn't get anything in goal. and especially in the playoffs.
Well,
but
to that point, because I'm sure we'll debate this, we'll chat about it, and there's also some chatter on Connor Hellebuck and his landing spots.
Yep.
We'll get to a little bit as well. But Carolina finally getting the goaltending. Anytime, and I'm sure, like I said, we're going to debate this, I'm sure, in the weeks to come. But if you're someone that thinks, well, Brandon Bussey and Freddie Anderson just won the Cup, that's after how many years of Carolina trying to do it with just somebodies? How about this guy? How about this guy?
Right.
How about this guy? If I was to tell you that can win, but your chances of it all falling correctly for you in a year are 1 in 7. Does that seem like a good plan? Maybe.
The Carolina Hurricanes slammed the door on the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. They won the Stanley Cup. Brandon Bussey, of course, posted a shutout with 22 saves, and Jordan Staal also won the Conn Smythe, oldest player to do so as well. After another comeback win, 94-90, the Knicks, they've done it. They bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Finals. They obtained their first title in 53 years. Looking around the NFL, the Miami Herald's Omar Kelly believes Dolphins quarterback Malik Willis is the Dolphins player who needs the most work. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped organized team activities, and he did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. And Browns GM Andrew Berry said everything's on the table for Deshaun Watson this season. In the World Cup, the U.S. won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. They're back in action next Friday, this coming Friday, at 3 o'clock against Australia. And in the MLB, the Yankees beat the Blue Jays 8-3. The Red Sox, they fell to the Rangers 6-4. And the Mets, they beat the Braves 8-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Well, it's different because as a player, I wanted it. I really wanted it for myself. I'll be honest. I wanted all the guys, but it was like it's something I wanted. And then now, sitting back behind watching it all, it was about wanting it for these guys, and because there's no harder working group. I see it every day, and I'm just really it's just like a proud dad back here watching his kids go to work, and just couldn't say enough good things about this group.
Rod Brindamore, Cup winner as a player, Cup winner as a coach. As a player, I want it for myself. Oh, me guy. How about this guy? Mm-hmm. That's fine. Carolina wins the Cup in 6 games. They beat Vegas 3-0.
did you see him with the cup?
Yeah.
He did raise it eventually, but he did something I had never seen before, which was they handed him the cup, and he kind of tossed it in the air and hugged it.
You know what it looked like?
Like bear hugged it.
You ever watch the strongman competitions where they have a giant stone? They lift it and then they hug it?
Yes, that is actually.
He did the giant stone hug.
That is exactly right.
There's a giant medicine ball that weighs 200 pounds or something.
Yeah. And then he was like swinging it around when he went to hand it to the assistant coach. Like, this dude is going to drop this cup. Brindamore was going to. He did not drop the cup, so I guess good job by him. I don't like him. You don't have a problem with him?
But you only don't like him because
of 06.
Yeah, the crossing over with the Sabres.
That's it. Yeah. That's the only. I mean,
Yeah.
he scored the most heartbreaking goal of my life as a hockey fan. The puck sitting between Fitzpatrick's feet and him scoring that goal is like, I think that's my most heartbreaking goal.
Yeah. I don't know that
Because that was the moment
I
where it's
know.
like, okay, this is, and I'm 11, but like this is ending.
I
Because
feel
before
like
that, 1 goal down, the way that team had played, I fully believe they were still going to win that hockey game somehow.
this is where I tell you were 11,
I was
and I was on the radio in this chair. So
Yeah, right.
apologies. Whatever. It's not like I was right or anything. I thought when Tallinder got hurt, they were in real trouble. I thought they were going to be cooked. And then they're down McKee also. And you go down to Carolina, and I know they had a 2-1 lead.
They had a 2-1 lead.
I know they had a 2-1 lead, but the whole time it's just like, how are you going to do it? Briere and Drury didn't have a shot. Like, they were not good or worthy, or Connolly's out. Like, it felt like.
I'm sorry, the game was tied at that point. Brindamore scored the goal. The goal won. Yeah.
They were the Monty Python bit, which I don't watch a lot of Monty Python, where the knight gets all of his legs cut off and like in his arms, and you thinking that guy was still going to win. Like, no. I don't know. Sure, they've got a 2-1 lead at the end of the second period because of a Jochen Hesch goal that goes in
behind the net.
behind the net. So I know it was heartbreak, but that heartbreak for me, I know there's the puck over the glass. I know there's the puck in the skates. I think of more the concept of how it happened. Like, no, really, it got taken away from you by bad luck, by crazy injury luck. Mm-hmm. And because of that, I was always mad at Carolina, less mad at the individual players from Carolina. I know maybe that's something that just kind of dulled over time for me, and I just hated their uniforms and everything about them. But then they got to be a franchise that did cool stuff. The Storm Surge.
They became cool.
The bunch of jerks.
Yeah.
They became the bunch of jerks. They got Canada really mad.
Yes,
or Don Cherry was really mad. Isn't he the one that dubbed them the bunch of jerks?
He was the bunch of jerks.
Yeah, like you become a counterculture kind of team. Like, that worked for me.
Yeah.
I don't watch and think like I hate Brind'Amour. Not really at all.
They did have the tweet of the night last night because Tortorella had said after Game 5, that
we'll be
I'm
back.
going to leave my clothes here at the hotel. We'll be back. And yesterday the Hurricanes tweeted after the game, "We'll send them to you. Might take a few days though. A little busy."
Yeah,
which I thought was their social teams make you want to cheer for them. I didn't hate them winning. It wasn't as excruciating as I thought it could be. Vegas being on the other side made it easier. Because if it was a likable team out west that was playing them, I would have been rooting for that team all series and probably would have been.
How about if it was Edmonton? Would you root for McDavid instead?
Yes.
To get McDavid the cup?
Yeah, I'd like to see McDavid win the cup.
I think a lot of people impartial fans would root for McDavid to get to the top of the mountain.
Although I think I still want to be rooting for him to leave Edmonton, and if he wins the cup, he stays in Edmonton. So I had thought about that a little bit last year when he was in it, but yeah, they were fine. They were fine. You know what? They do have a lot of likable players, like Stankoven and Ehlers, and like they got a lot of small guys on their team. By the way, that's another thing. Like they are not that big. At least they're some of their forwards are not like big.
Yeah.
Stahl is their biggest forward, but they're not loaded with those guys.
Conn Smythe winner Jordan Stahl.
Yeah.
He might be in 10 years a trivia question of like, oh, that's right. That's who won it that year. Carolina's,
yeah.
Do they have a superstar on their team?
Aho is their best player, but he is they won because of their system, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's where, as much as I don't like Brind'Amour, I would give him a lot of credit. Like, he plays a defensive system that I don't really think anybody else in the league really plays, at least not as often as he does. And, I mean, for years it's worked, and how can you not be impressed with the quality and how they are able to take teams out of games as much as I have seen in years. Montreal couldn't do anything for periods at a time. Vegas looked like finally, okay, here's a team good enough to where that won't happen, and then it happened. It happened in the last 2 games. It happened in a game where they had to win, and they had one shot on goal over like a 30-minute period.
Yeah.
I mean, I think their system should get more credit than their guys up top. Their guys up top are good, but like Sebastian Aho is not like, that's not McKinnon or McDavid. He's good, but he's not a superstar.
He's very good. Yeah. 803-0550 if you want to chime in. We opened the show talking about whether it's the Knicks ending a 53-year drought or the Hurricanes, not a long drought, but the Hurricanes have been the Bills. They've been good for 7 years or whatever and disappointing in the postseason. They get to the Cup final for the first time, something the Bills, they've not made the Super Bowl, and they win it. And whether it's that or it's the Knicks, who also had made a conference final, had lost in the second round, fire their coach. We're kind of talking about how, the Bills are here at this doorstep, and I'm thrusting the Sabres right into it right away. Like I'm treating the Sabres right now the same as I'm treating the Bills, which might not be right to do. Someone in our YouTube chat asked this question, like, why is anyone acting like it's a guaranteed the Sabres will be good next year? Got to see more than 5 months of good hockey to think they will be that. The Bills are different because they're proven. I mean, the Bills have Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. The Sabres don't exactly have someone that good that can also control every single game the way that a quarterback can. But I know the Bills have been good for much longer than the Sabres, but I am treating them as equally worthy of thinking of winning the whole thing. Mm-hmm. The Sabres are young. They're in a good window here. They have the assets to spend. They have decisions to make. Maybe they have $8 million, $9 million in cap space if Alex Tuch does leave. And they've got a GM that's known to be aggressive. I don't want to treat anything about the Sabres like, that's not quite time yet. Let's wait a couple years before we get desperate. I feel like they should be every bit as desperate as the Bills right now.
Mm-hmm. The only argument I would see to them not being as good is what is their goaltending going to look like in the regular season next year?
There are questions to answer, for sure.
Yeah. But they have enough talent, I would think, because part of their season isn't just that like they just showed up and they were good for 6 months. It's that I feel like many I was always a little more skeptical of this point, but many would look at them and say that team is talented enough. Like they've got enough talent on their unit, on their team to make the playoffs at least, and they just hadn't done it. So Dahlin being a little more established and Tage being established, I think that they look sustainable to me. It just would come down to, are you going to get Luukkonen and Lyon both being top 20 goalies in the NHL next year throughout the regular season? And honestly, I guess, to be fair, what would they be even if they didn't get that? What if they were league average instead of well above average? Because last year they didn't just squeak in. They made it like comfortably. They made it by winning the division. So you might even say, okay, if their goaltending regressed a little bit, they still would be a playoff team. They just might not win the division going into it. And guess what? It's hockey. You do that, you just get in, and anybody should be able to win it. I mean, that's still pretty much true, I feel like, of this sport. They do have, you want to guess how many teams? The first Stanley Cup odds came out this morning.
Okay.
At FanDuel. You want to guess how many teams are above them?
The Sabres?
Yeah.
10.
12 teams, I believe, are above them.
All right.
And in the East, you have Montreal, New Jersey, Ottawa, Florida, Tampa, and Carolina are all above them. I mean, I think they could win it. I think the Bills, though, are different to me in that they're expected to win it.
Yeah. Well, they have Josh Allen.
I know, right?
Like that's the only. I mean, not the only difference, like obviously, but why are the Bills thought they're going to be good? Because they have the guy.
Right.
If they didn't have Josh Allen and they had league average quarterback, would they have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Bills? Than the Sabres do to win the Stanley Cup?
No, they probably
league average quarterback. You pick who that is. Who's their quarterback? It's
their quarterback is who's today's league average quarterback? I was going to say Kirk Cousins, but he's not that anymore.
I want to say Jalen Hurts, but he's won a Super Bowl. He's been there twice.
All right, their quarterback is Baker.
Perfect answer. Their quarterback is Baker. Do they have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Sabres do to win the Cup?
Probably would say no.
I don't think so either.
I think I would say no.
What are the Bucs odds? I mean, is the Bucs roster considerably worse than the Bills roster outside of quarterback?
Well, the Bills or the Sabres are plus 3,300 to win the Cup, and the Bucs are plus 4,500.
Okay,
so they're better.
Right. Like if you traded, not that this would ever happen, but if Allen and Baker swapped teams,
yeah,
what would the Bucs odds to win the Super Bowl? Like
what the Bills are?
Would they be favorites?
Or close to it?
Yeah. So like it's tough because the Sabres have more variables. Probably the Bills have been a good team, a worthy team. The roster's good. It's they've been hitting their head against the proverbial ceiling. Ceilings and doors. They're knocking down doors. They're hitting ceilings. All of that.
Well, there's another gear I would hope for them too. Like it's not just like they could regress a little bit because I don't know if their goalies are going to be as good next year. But like Helenius and Östlund did not really. I mean, Östlund did end up playing 60 games and he was very good defensively. But those guys did not produce a ton this year. And you would expect, I think, them to do that next season. So there is, I think, legitimately trustable proof that you've got guys that are going to grow next year and help you. And I have felt like at times throughout their journey here, when they were in the drought, that it was more just like hope and a prayer. Like guys that had never even appeared for the team yet. And like, he's going to come and save me. Brendan Gooley was this. Like, that guy had not even played for the team. Like, I'll wait for him. He'll be a top pair defenseman. You can't wait for him. And there are many forwards, I'm sure, like that as well. Whereas this is, I saw Östlund for 60 games. I saw Helenius in the playoffs. Like, it would be a surprise if they didn't help you next year. And I think, even just those two individuals would make me think that they could counteract any regression that they might get in net if they even get that. Or if they get injury, bad luck, that could happen too. They're kind of a deep enough team you might think could sustain that. So the question with them would be about their floor. The biggest difference to me would be the Bills have a floor. When Allen's their quarterback, they're going to win 10-plus games, and they're going to be a playoff team. I know that's going to be true of them. The Sabres, you could say I don't really know what their floor is, but they're so deep that I kind of want to believe that they have one. That their floor is not, anything below right around making the playoffs or at least being on the bubble to making the playoffs.
803-0550. If you have a thought on any of this, you can join us. 1-888-552-550. Nick Mendola joins us at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. Now the World Cup is underway. I had a bunch of people over for the USA game. Like a little impromptu.
Nice.
Let's all watch the game.
I watched the game with, I want to say, 300 people. It was probably not that
all
many.
At your house.
Not at my house.
You went out?
I went to a local soccer bar establishment. The patio was full. The inside was full. It was very loud when they scored all 4 times.
Yeah. See, for us, it was the first goal being the own goal was a little bit of a, hey, like found money. Like, oh, cool, that's good. But the goals after that got exceedingly cool.
Yeah.
And, like, Balogun's the one that make it 3-0. Man, that was...
Yeah.
That was, for me, all right, you had my attention before, but I am leaning forward in the chair. This team has better players than I've ever seen a Team USA team have. And I know, there's it's only Paraguay, but whatever.
Only Paraguay. Paraguay beat Argentina and Brazil in the last 2 years.
Yeah, they finished 6th in their group.
Yeah,
but
they did.
It made it in. But they have some good wins on the card.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not taking anything away from Team USA. I've never seen a U.S. soccer team dominate another real opponent.
Right.
That's not like Turks and Caicos.
Right.
I've never seen a Team USA team play like that.
That's kind of what watching the game there was like. I mean, the goals were cool, but walking around and everybody just Ryan Gates was there, former WGR producer, and I'm walking over past him and hadn't seen him in 10 minutes, probably at the bar. It's just stop and look. Can you believe how good they look?
Yeah.
It wasn't even the reaction to the goals. It was just walking around and everybody looking at each other. Can you believe how good they look? They looked like they were Spain playing Paraguay.
Right.
I mean, they could have scored 7. They did actually score another goal that got taken back on offsides, didn't they? There was another Balogun goal in the first half, where I think Pulisic was offside. They could have had so many goals. Yeah, I could not believe how good they looked. Because that is the game. Isn't that the game where they always let you down?
And it's
hey, this team is not that good. I mean, they're not nobody, but they're not that good. You should be good. You should beat this team. You should look good against this team. That's the game they always draw.
Well,
and
I feel
it's I don't know. And just the utter domination they had.
I've
never seen a World Cup.
I feel like the U.S. is always. I mean, the U.S. men's soccer team, not the women's side. The men are always letting people down. It's always people saying, oh, this is the year, this is the time, this is the moment, and then it just does not go that way. Australia beat Turkey and the Sabres, and Team USA is up a +3 and 3 points. Mm-hmm. They're going to get through the group stage. Next is Australia, and if they win this one, they can go, that's a clinch. Right. You're through the group stage, and whatever the matchup is in the next round, we'll see. They kind of have to win the round of 32 for this tournament to feel like they had a successful run.
Absolutely.
But
especially if they're on their way to winning the group, they should get an easier opponent.
You would think. And man, if they put together another performance like that against Australia, it's this is what people needed. Team USA fans probably needed was not just a win, but a performance that really makes you get to I cannot wait until their next game, which is going to be Thursday. So Thursday they'll play against Australia, and that is what's that?
That's 3 o'clock.
3 p.m.
Yeah, 3 p.m.
And then Turkey is at 10 p.m. on the 25th. But afternoon game against Australia in Seattle.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the last World Cup, their opening game, and it was similar players. Right? They were all younger, but it was like Golden Generation. Let's see how good they are. And they played. I remember that game against Wales, and they looked good, but it was like, and Wales might not even be that different than Paraguay. Like, they're okay. They're not nobody, and they drew that game. And it was like, okay, they look pretty good, but what do I got? I got a draw.
Don't they always look like a team that has trouble scoring? Like
that was their problem.
Has it always been? And this might be true in all of soccer and for countries that are trying to make it to the next level.
Yeah.
Like you can defend with numbers. You can get when the Team USA's best player was Tim Howard. I'm like, well, congratulations.
Right.
That's great, but I'm going to need somebody that can score.
Right.
And Pulisic, of course, was dominant, and Dest was great, and McKinney was great. Like, so many of their players looked great.
I wonder how big a star Balogun could become, though. Because like Josie Altidore became a household name just because he was the guy at the top scoring goals, right? And he was not like a premier player on the world stage.
Did Altidore ever score a goal like Balogun scored the third goal for Team USA?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
Bill's owner.
I'm sure
Josie
he had some
Altidore,
nice
maybe
ones.
not.
He was a very good player.
Yeah,
but the Balogun
he had
goal,
one against Spain in the Confederations Cup, but that was like a post up move. It wasn't like what you're talking, where like you rip in and then like cut across and go top corner.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. And that was their problem maybe at the last World Cup was they did have the ball a good amount. Like they looked good. They didn't have a guy at the top that could score goals like that. And this time around, they do have a guy that could score goals like that, and he's got 2 already. So I wonder if he could become like a real, like, could he become a Clint Dempsey level star for the program? I think if he's scoring a bunch of goals at the World Cup, he's going to set records. It's not that high. They scored 3 goals at the last World Cup in 4 matches total.
Right.
Like, they've already eclipsed that. So, yeah, if they look like that again against Australia, expectations are going to be climbing.
Yeah.
Which is good. I think I want that. But it will, because I said this before the tournament began. My goal for the World Cup for them would be get to a place where I even think about you winning it. Even if it's not realistic. Like, get to a place where I just wonder about it. And if they look like that, like through the group stage, and then beat some mid-team in the round of 32, like I'm going to feel like going into the round of 16 that they can go further than I've ever seen them go, at least. Which I guess would only be one more win at that point.
Right.
The quarterfinals.
What did you guys think
the
of
quarterfinals?
the mistaken identity rule? And that replay.
That's
the
a
first
strange
ever-
way to call it. It's the mistaken identity.
I was confused by that because, of
It's
course, we didn't
definitely
have the sound
not
on.
mistaken identity. The guy just made the wrong call.
Right, okay.
Like, right? They gave Timothy Weah a yellow card.
Right.
And then they went back and saw the replay. And it's like, oh, didn't you mean to give it to the other guy? Like, we'll talk to Nick about this. Mistaken identity. I don't think that official. Come on, you didn't. Mistaken identity is the concept. Whatever. I guess I should look for the actual ruling of this. You give the wrong person the yellow or the red if there's a tough tackle in the box. But let's call that what it is: the wrong call.
Right.
Mistaken
100%.
identity, actually, it wasn't holding on the left tackle. It was, pass interference downfield. Or sure, it's the right thing to do. And we've talked about it sometimes. Like, people get really mad about diving in soccer. And there's definitely diving in soccer. Like, guys,
definitely,
they're trying to draw calls. It is, however, a sport that will routinely give a guy a yellow card and a punishment for embellishment.
Yeah, they did.
What other sport gives more fouls for simulation or embellishment?
Right.
Soccer, hockey, you can go to the box for a dive or a flop.
But it's always matching.
Almost
isn't it?
always.
It's always matching.
Almost
minors.
always. How often you get an NBA guy getting called for flops? Almost never.
Never.
In the NFL, it does not happen. It's something they should, of course, consider. Quarterbacks flopping could get a penalty. You might get flopping out of the sport if there was ever a penalty for it. Now, I guess
Could we do it after Allen retires in like 10 years?
I was going to say, it doesn't exactly make the case that you would get it out of the sport if there's a penalty because they continue to flop in soccer even though they don't call it. Or they do call it, I should say.
Right.
But, yeah, I thought that was a good move. I don't want reviews, period. In that case, you took a yellow card away from a U.S. defender and gave it to one of the guys on Paraguay because he dove.
Right.
So I would be satisfied with, just picking up the card. So, mistaken identity, though. A fun way to say it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you gave it to the wrong guy.
Right.
Yes. You gave it to the wrong team.
That game can really keep casual fans engaged, by the way. Like, I had a couple buddies that are not big soccer fans at all that came out for that game, and if they had drawn or 1-0 and won, and maybe it was exciting, but it wasn't like a lot happening, you might get some fans that like wouldn't come back to it. How could you watch that game and not come back to it? No matter how big a soccer fan you are. Like that's the performance that'll get people like the non-hardcore soccer fans like really buy in. And if they could do that 2 more times, which shouldn't they do that against? We'll talk to Nick. I feel like they should do that to Australia. Did you the Australia-Turkey game? Maybe nobody watched the next 2 U.S. opponents because it was a midnight start. Of course, the game ended at 2:00 in the morning. But I feel like they could do that to the next 2 teams they play. They're not so much better that they couldn't look that dominant again.
Meanwhile, if you did want to track this at the FIFA website, have you seen the bracket?
Mm-mm.
There's a big, huge bracket, and I'm learning this. Again, we talked to Nick at 8 o'clock, and we got juicy rumors coming up next, but you can actually look at the bracket, and it tells you if they were to win Group D, who they would play.
Okay.
It's third place in and then it lists 7 different groups because you don't really know how the overall seeding will go.
Okay.
Some group winners play number 2 on another side. We'll talk about it with Nick. It's the most.
Does it say who they would play
if they were the second?
It's so early right now. Right, like some groups haven't even played yet.
Right. Yeah, like Spain plays today.
Okay, I got it open now, and it's a lot of numbers and
letters. A lot of numbers and letters.
W83 against W84. This looks like I'm doing my taxes or something.
It's a lot.
All these numbers.
Yeah, there's a lot.
All right.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, some juicy rumors when we get back. A little bit of a rumble on Connor Hellebuck, another goaltender that maybe hits the market as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's any news on Alex Tuck today, but we do have some teams that have reportedly made offers on Dylan Larkin as well. So we'll get some juicy rumors. Nick Mendola, 8 o'clock here on WGR. Do you want a fun Carolina stat here for you?
Sure.
Okay. How do I phrase this in a specific way? It's a stat I'm making up. Ready?
Okay.
Jeremy White here for
1, 2,
Wayland
3,
Brewing Company.
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're at Freddie Anderson count, 14. Players, regular players, over 30. That's an old team.
Yeah.
Here's the list. Guys that are 30 or older. Nikolai Ehlers, 30. Just signed a UFA deal last year. He's 30.
Okay.
Do they win the cup without him?
Probably
Maybe not. Taylor Hall, 34. Jordan Martinook, 33.
Second in scoring, by the way.
Martinook, 33. Stahl wins the Conn Smythe, 37. Carrier, 31. Jankowski, 31. Eric Robinson, 31. Delorier, 35. Jacob Slavin, 32. Sean Walker, 31. Gostisbehere, 33.
It's like their best 3 defensemen.
Right. This is an old team.
Miller's pretty good. Chatfield too. But yeah, that's really old.
That's an old team. Anderson, 36. That's an old team. And we're sitting here at the center of a debate about whether or not the Sabres should pay one old guy. One.
Right.
It's not.
It is kind of crazy.
They don't have
Florida had a lot of old guys too when they were winning cups. I mean, they brought in Marchand and he was playing obviously.
We're over here pulling our hair at about one old guy.
One old guy.
They don't have another old guy under contract for a lot. Now, granted,
right, where would Tuck rank on the Hurricanes in age?
In age, he's 30 right now.
I think he's either 30 or he's turning 30 before the season.
Okay, well, he'd be behind.
He's 30. He turned 30 in May.
Good. He'd be behind everyone that I just listed. I can see when Ehlers turned 30.
Yeah.
If it was more recently than Alex Tuck turned 30. February. Nope.
So Ehlers is the only one that you just named that he's actually younger than?
No, he's younger than all. Tuck's younger than all of them.
Or that's what older
that's what you
than.
meant. Yeah. Tuck's younger than every single player I just mentioned. Now, every player I mentioned isn't under contract, through 2030. Like Gostisbehere is under contract for next year, and that's it.
Okay.
Jalen Chatfield, he's 30. Whatever. He's one. The point is, the Sabres have their aging veterans, sure, we could get to like Jason Zucker and Jordan Greenway and their ages. Like Zucker's 34.
Yep. Zucker's is evidence of this too, though. Like he showed up at 32 when he got here and has just been really solid.
Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Stahl is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes, but it was overwhelming that Stahl won. Like he got most of the first place votes. I mean, especially in the final. Like maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final. Yep. I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. Like I
guess you're right. Like I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he like threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
That I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side-by-sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But like when the players were passing the cup around wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Stahl, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question.
The Carolina Hurricanes slammed the door on the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. They won the Stanley Cup. Brandon Bussi, of course, posted a shutout with 22 saves. Jordan Stahl also won the Conn Smythe, the oldest player to do so. Another comeback win for the Knicks, 94-90. They've done it. They bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Finals. They obtained their first title in 53 years. Looking around the NFL, Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped OTAs and did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. Browns general manager Andrew Berry said everything's on the table for Deshaun Watson this season. And Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with the back injury, continues to participate in walkthroughs at OTAs. In the World Cup, the U.S. won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. They're back in action this Friday at 3 o'clock against Australia. And in baseball, the Yankees, they beat the Blue Jays 8-3. The Red Sox fell to the Rangers 6-4. And the Mets, they beat the Braves 8-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Here's Christian Pulisic on the ball now. Draws the double team. Splits the double team. Pulisic in the box. Weston McKennie into the middle. It's an own goal. It's the United States on the board. Less than 7 minutes in.
U.S. would go on to win 4-1. They play Thursday, 3 o'clock. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring with 0% financing. The cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. It's Monday, 7:35, June 15th. Those giant Buffalo got to be going up today. Come on. They got to be here by now.
Did you get any alerts or rumors
The
about
last
them over the
last
weekend?
picture we got was the giant truck that looked like a Pringles can
Yep.
held together on each end. The truck itself doesn't even have a body.
Uh-huh.
It's just two sets of wheels that clamped onto the thing,
Yeah.
which is probably not giant Buffalo. But come on. I'm just saying, if I don't see those giant Buffalo starting this week, I'm going to feel like they're behind schedule.
Yeah. I was in the area this weekend. I meant to drive by it to see
Take
if
a
there was
look.
any action going on, and I forgot.
Let's get a reporter out there. Let's get one of our.
Oh, and you want to just go camp
Staff.
out on the site for like the next 2 weeks until it's there?
Desperate times.
Yeah.
Got to know when these Buffalo start getting assembled.
And give me a remote unit, and I can do check-ins for all the shows.
I like that.
It'd be riveting.
Really will.
Just give him a tent. That's
Yeah.
it.
I'll camp.
803-0550. Juicy rumors, some NHL juicy rumors in a moment. Dave in Buffalo first, though. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. And thanks for the conversation about the World Cup. It raised an interesting question for me about home field advantage. In the past, how much has home field advantage meant to teams? One of the reasons I think that the U.S. performed so well in the 4-1 victory is that the big crowd behind them pushing them along. So I'm curious whether we're going to get a benefit from having the thing in the U.S.
It's a good question. If you saw some of the other atmospheres, like Scotland had home field advantage at Gillette Stadium,
Yeah.
and the Dutch, were they in Texas?
Yes.
They took over Texas.
I think.
So it is an event that brings a lot of international fans. So, home field advantage is very much wherever you go. Like if the U.S. were to play against, it's tough. It's a long tournament. Also, Canada and Mexico have home field advantage. Mexico won their opener. Canada got a draw against Bosnia Herzegovina, and I don't know. I wouldn't anticipate too big of an advantage.
Yeah.
Just because you're playing Australia and Turkey, I think you'll have advantages over those teams. But once you get into a matchup against somebody that might have a lot of fans that travel, it might be different.
Yeah, I've got numbers on like what historically it's meant to teams, but it's kind of tough because
Like Qatar,
yeah,
Brazil got hammered at home by Germany.
that happened
Right?
in the
7-1
in the quarterfinals.
I thought it was a semifinal. But either way,
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right. Sorry, semifinal. It was
Russia
semis.
did not have a massive hole.
I think it's probably representative of just how good the team is. Like, yeah, I'm looking through it. Like Germany in 06 had a good tournament. 98, France won. 90, Italy went third place. Like Argentina won in 70. Like, what is the team that's hosting really good? Then they're probably going to do really good. The tournament was in Qatar. They didn't do very well.
Right.
Russia, I guess, making the quarterfinals. Like, maybe there's a little bit to it, but I don't.
The next World Cup is going to be in Portugal, Morocco, and Spain,
I feel
right?
like home field advantage is just on trial and all.
It's on
sports
notice,
right
that's
now.
for sure.
In every sport.
How come I'm not hearing how soccer players had all their friends ask for tickets, and that's why they're slow to perform well? Well, you got your friends asking you for tickets. You can't play them the next day.
Right.
The old NHL adage. Thanks, Dave, for the phone call. 803-0550. Want to get some juicy rumors in?
Yes.
Get some juicy
Man.
NHL rumors.
I mean, we should start getting action now.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to.
Who's going to make the first trade? Dylan Larkin, during the Cup final, of course, requesting a trade was big news during the playoffs. All right, so juicy rumors. We'll get a couple in here. On Larkin, there's a report that the Panthers have made an offer, that the Kings have made an offer, and the larger report is that Yzerman went to Larkin and said it's time to expand that list beyond just the 3 teams, which makes total sense. It also would indicate that if that's true, Yzerman's not going to play hardball, but instead trade Dylan Larkin.
Right.
And you said you'd seen a report that it's for futures, not player for player. All these offers coming in, we'll see what they take.
Yeah.
And that would indicate Detroit might be willing to entertain either a retool/rebuild
Yeah.
or they're going to swap the player for futures and then try to swap the futures for a player because a direct trade is tougher to get.
Or maybe not. Maybe they're just going to go Rebuild?
They're
Rebuild
in
ish?
trouble. Yeah.
I think they're in trouble.
Retool, the classic.
Yeah, right. They won't say rebuild because they have Raymond and Sider, and they might not want DeBrincat to demand a trade also.
Yeah.
But who's going to play with him? I mean,
I know.
I think they're in trouble.
I mean, their team is kind of old. That's where it's tough for them to go full rebuild unless you really trade everybody.
Well, that's the thing about when a captain asks for a trade, and as a guy as respected as Dylan Larkin would be, I mean, I would not look at that and think like, well, he must be the only one.
Right.
Like,
They're about to trade their young goaltender prospect, Kosa, too,
Yeah.
somewhere. Like Edmonton's been rumored.
I
Utah
saw his
made an
name come up.
offer.
Was it was his first name?
Sebastian Kosa.
Okay.
Same draft as Jesper Wallstedt, who's one of my favorite ideas.
Multiple reports. Frank Saravelli had this that Darnell Nurse, the Pittsburgh Penguins would be a good fit because Kyle Dubas was his GM in the OHL at Sault Ste. Marie.
Yep.
So Darnell Nurse wants to move out of Edmonton, and he gave the Oilers a list of 3 to 5 teams.
And Dubas loves his former Greyhounds. I remember getting drafted when I got drafted to Sault Ste. Marie. They talked about how when he was there, would talk about bringing his guys in the NHL.
So Pittsburgh for Nurse makes a lot of sense. Markstrom, New Jersey, another goaltender rumor. You're mentioning about goaltender rumors. Devils are exploring trade options despite a recent contract extension. They just signed him.
Yeah, to a monster. That is you have to give a pickup to make somebody take that because he was a tire fire last year.
Kevin Weeks reporting that a deal not imminent. The Devils are gauging interest on Markstrom, and the Sabres are not going to be in that department at all. Don't need a goalie with term that is question.
Yeah, no. Definitely not.
No, I do not want any part of that. Maybe when he was in Vancouver, I would have traded for him, but that was 2 teams ago.
Yeah.
Chris Johnston had over the weekend that he said, the fact that we've got 2 known trade requests, and I'm telling you, there's so much sense out there, there's going to be more this summer. We are just waiting for the next big one.
Well,
and that could be any of these USA guys. It can't be McDavid, right? Or Matthews.
Well, that's
maybe
the thing.
maybe Matthews is more likely than McDavid.
Once these guys start getting traded, the guys that might be on the fence might say, yeah, fine, me too.
Yeah, right.
Let's do it. And, boy, I know the Sabres haven't gone all the way to becoming the premium destination or maybe even not even a top 5. But if they have at all moved the needle on half the guys that had no moves would now be open to it, they have to strike.
Yeah.
That's another reason to strike here is to try to get to another good season to get another half of the remaining guys off of we would never go there. It just seems like it was a really good year to have a good year if now the landscape of the league is going to change.
For sure.
So
I think it's going to be a monster summer. The way everybody's talking, like Sneaky, you just said, and plus the cap, I think it's going to be huge.
Alan Greenberg of Florida Hockey Now reports that Connor Hellebuck, of course, will be on the radar for the Panthers.
Of
course.
He voiced his frustration at the end of the year at a presser. He has not requested a trade officially.
Yep.
But plenty of people expect that he could be moved.
Darren Dreger this weekend. There was a big deal, I'm told, that was down the road that included Mason McTavish going to the Blues and that Robert Thomas and Colton Parayko could have been part of it. Well, I guess they would trade Robert Thomas.
I was going to say,
under the right circumstances.
Again, they put out there a week ago. Oh, he's going to be on the team in training camp through Andy Strickland, who great Blues reporter, saying shut it down. Thomas is going to return. I'll believe that on not opening night. Give me to training camp, I'll believe that.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
get me to July 10th, I'll believe that. But the offseason really begins today. The idea that nothing will happen regarding a player that was linked to 1,000 reports, I do not think it's off the table.
It's the drive the price up tactic. It's very, very, I think, predictable. Doesn't mean he's definitely going to get traded, but I don't think it means he's off the market.
Yeah, there's that. I just like to see the Sabres connected to anything at some point.
I would also like that.
Just even who they want. You know what they're chasing.
Right. What is that? They give us a hint at what you're looking at. Are you
right
doing the center thing?
I'll put it this way. So Darnell Nurse, right? Elliot Friedman says Flyers on Nurse, We already mentioned the Penguins on Nurse. I don't really want anything to do with Darnell Nurse. No. David Pagnotta, the Kings and Penguins are exploring a Nurse trade. So I guess I would go with the best I can do is happy when they're not linked to a player that we don't want them to be, and a little bit quiet. Aren't they going to be in on most? Wouldn't Yarmo have already made a call about Dylan Larkin, you would think?
I'm sure he's made a call on that and a million other things.
And if the Sabres are not on the list of teams Larkin would accept the trade to, you'd want to keep it quiet. You don't want to get out there that maybe teams still or players still don't want to come. Having Tage, though, again, like a good year to have a good year between actually winning a division, making the playoffs, winning a round, and having a Team USA player that's on that group chat that's going to get a lot of headlines over the summer. Like, I have a hockey team that is in the room for the first time in a long time, and it's a good offseason to be in the room. So, some juicy rumors for you, and we expect more as each and every day continues. Bobrovsky's a UFA. What if he was cheap?
If he was cheap, I would want to think about it, but it's probably not going to be cheap. But if he was cheap, I would think the Sabres GM would be thinking, I've got a couple of goalies that I found my way to not trusting as the playoffs went on, and I've got a guy that's available that I once upon a time prioritized and tried to keep.
Are we sure he won't be cheap? Are we sure he won't be cheap?
I think the last thing I read about him in Florida is that's part of the reason that he might not re-up there is because of the money part of it.
Yeah,
right.
He really wants the Marchand deal, which is big money for like 6 years.
He's 30. This will be his age 38 season.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, he wants this big money deal, and they're not going to give it to him. He's going to go to the market, and what's somebody going to give him? His goals save above expected last year was a -23. His save percentage last season was .877. What do you think you are getting? If the Sabres could get him for $5 million, would you take it? Doesn't it seem like a little bit of a gamble for a guy that's going to be 38? He's been great. You mentioned the relationship. Owen. You want to talk all about the muddy middle. Mm-hmm. Bobrovsky would, of course, at his peak, not be muddy middle, but he might be a candidate to drift into the muddy middle.
Oh, I mean, he was decidedly below the muddy middle this year. So I think it's risky.
2 years ago, his save percentage was a .905, and his goal save above expected was like very pedestrian. Yeah. I mean, are we talking because of playoffs? Like, I know he's been a great playoff performer for them, but I don't. Who's going to give him $10 million? Who's going to give him $9 million?
No, definitely no one's giving him that much.
In the playoffs, he's been an absolute horse. The last 3 postseasons. Of course, they didn't make it this year, but
yeah, I'd want to see like how, because his team was a skeleton squad in front of him this year. Like, they had many injuries.
It's the same thing as Winnipeg, where a great goalie has a horrible year, and Hellebuck, what happened? Well, a lot of things went wrong.
Hellebuck, though, that's what I'm looking at. Hellebuck, his save percentage was bad, but you look at, like, his goals saved above expected or other metrics, and, like, he actually wasn't that bad. He was bad by his own standard, but he was still above average in the league. Bobrovsky was pretty terrible.
Right. I mean,
goals saved above expected, he was the 4th worst goalie in hockey.
Even going like quality start percentage.
Binnington, the worst.
You could have goals saved above expected. Maybe that gets messed up because you have some games that are really, really bad mixed in with really good. Quality start percentage, he's been on a 3-year tumble to about 500.
Right.
I don't know that he's going to get big money. He'd be 37 once he turned 38.
Well, is he also?
Oh my goodness! Do you know
38?
Do you know Bobrovsky's 4 nicknames at HockeyReference.com?
There's a cop one.
Yeah.
Is it Detective Bobrovsky?
Officer Bobrovsky.
Officer Bobrovsky. Bob.
Yeah. Bob. 2 more.
I'd be out.
Beaver.
No, I didn't have
Beaver.
that.
And the number 1 cop.
Okay, that one I had heard. Yeah,
you can go. You tell me the origin story in the break if you want.
All right.
We'll get a break in. We're going to recap the U.S. the win over Paraguay with Nick Mandola, top of the hour. Nick Mandola, NBC Soccer. Preview the Australia game. Check around the World Cup scene and take your phone calls throughout. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Do you want a fun Carolina stat here for you?
Sure.
Okay. How do I phrase this in a specific way? It's a stat I'm making up. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're at Freddie Anderson count 14 players, regular players over 30. That's an old team.
Yeah.
Here's the list: guys that are 30 or older. Nikolai Ehlers, 30, just signed a UFA deal last year. He's 30.
Okay.
Do they win the cup without him?
Probably
Maybe not. Taylor Hall, 34. Jordan Martinook,
He was
33.
second in scoring, by the way.
Martinook, 33. Stahl wins the Conn Smythe, 37. Carrier, 31. Jankowski, 31. Eric Robinson, 31. Delorier, 35. Jacob Slavin, 32. Sean Walker, 31. Gostisbehere, 33.
It's like their best three defensemen.
Right. This is an old team.
Miller's pretty good. Chatfield too. But yeah, that's really old.
That's an old team. Anderson, 36. That's an old team. And we're sitting here at the center of a debate about whether or not the Sabres should pay one old guy. One.
Right.
It's not.
It is kind of crazy.
They don't have
Florida had a lot of old guys too when they were winning cups. I mean, they brought in Marchand and he was playing obviously.
We're over here pulling our hair about one old guy.
One old guy.
They don't have another old guy under contract for a lot. Now, granted,
Right, where would Tuck rank on the Hurricanes in age?
in age, he's 30 right now.
I think he's either 30 or he's turning 30 before the season.
Okay, well, he'd be behind.
He's 30. He turned 30 in May.
Good. He'd be behind everyone that I just listed. I can see when Ehlers turned 30.
Yeah.
If it was more recently than Alex Tuck turned 30. February. Nope.
So
he's-
Ehlers is the only one that you just named that he's actually younger than?
No, he's younger than all. Tuck's younger than all of them.
Or that's what older
that's what
than.
you meant. Yeah. Tuck's younger than every single player I just mentioned. Now, every player I mentioned isn't under contract, through 2030. Like Gostisbehere
Sure.
is under contract for next year, and that's it.
Okay.
Jalen Chatfield, he's 30. Whatever. He's one. The
Yeah.
point is, the Sabres have their aging veterans. Sure, we could get to like Jason Zucker and Jordan Greenway and their ages. Like Zucker's 34.
Yep. Zucker's is evidence of this too, though. Like he showed up at 32 when he got here and has just been really solid.
So would you want to be Timothy Chalamet? Your team wins, and you just get to party with the team in the locker room. They dump champagne on him while yelling "Lizan El Gabe" from Dune. I mean, what's better than your favorite players actually embracing you?
Yeah.
Anyway,
You're known well enough by them that
Yeah.
like, they want you. They want you in there.
Spike Lee's the most famous Knick fan, right? But Timothy Chalamet's
Yeah.
made a run for it the last couple of years. Anyway, congratulations to the Knicks. Scenes,
Yeah.
burning school bus. You know, keep it.
I mean that was
keep it together, people.
We knew something was gonna, happen. There's enough people that were gonna be out there.
Jeremy and Joe, when we return, we'll look back at Team USA's win over Paraguay to open the Men's World Cup and talk about that with Nick Mendola. How good was it? Has he shifted expectations? And, of course, the tournament overall. Other storylines developing. Spain plays today. So does Belgium. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Brandon Bussey wins the Stanley Cup with Carolina. They win another cup by switching goalies.
He did not get the cup first though.
That's fine.
They gave it to Freddie Anderson first. That was fine, right?
Sure.
He
got him pretty far, Freddie Anderson did.
Yeah. I don't know how to even qualify whether he was good or not last night because again he went like an hour without a shot on goal.
Well, the save percentage
He
was
made a
what?
couple big saves at the end of the
A
game.
931 in the Stanley Cup final.
Yep. Yeah, they finally got the goaltending.
They got it.
That was their biggest problem for years, was just they couldn't get anything in goal, and especially in the playoffs.
Well,
but
to that point, because I'm sure we'll debate this, we'll chat about it, and there's also some chatter on Connor Hellebuck and his landing spots.
Yep.
We'll get to a little bit as well. But Carolina finally getting the goaltending. Anytime, and I'm sure, like I said, we're going to debate this, I'm sure, in the weeks to come. But if you're someone that thinks, well, Brandon Bussey and Freddie Anderson just won the cup, that's after how many years of Carolina trying to do it with just somebodies? How about this guy? How about this guy?
Right.
How about this guy? If I was to tell you that can win, but your chances of it all falling correctly for you in a year are 1 in 7. Does that seem like a good plan? Maybe, maybe not. You're doing it cheap. You're not paying $10 million to a Connor Hellebuck.
right.
But it took them a series of failed efforts at it to finally, get the right mix, get the team good enough in front of the goaltender where they could just throw out a guy in Brandon Bussey who was on waivers and claimed the day after Colton Ellis.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Stahl is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final, pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes,
Yep.
but it was overwhelming that Stahl won. Like
Yep.
he got most of the first place votes. I mean, especially in the final. Like maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final.
Yep.
I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. Like
I guess you're right. Like I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
That I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side by sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But when the players were passing the cup around wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Stahl, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question.
The Carolina Hurricanes slammed the door on the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. They win the Stanley Cup. Brandon Bussey, of course, posted a shutout, 22 saves. Jordan Staal also won the Conn Smythe, the oldest player to do so. After another comeback win, 94-90, the Knicks, they've done it. They bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Finals. They obtained their first title in 53 years. Around the NFL, Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped organized team activities, and he did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. Browns general manager Andrew Berry said everything is on the table for Deshaun Watson this season. The Miami Herald's Omar Kelly believes Dolphins quarterback Malik Willis is the player who needs the most work on the team. In the World Cup, U.S. won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. They're back in action this Friday at 3 o'clock against Australia. And in baseball, the Yankees beat the Blue Jays 8-3. The Red Sox fell to the Rangers 6-4, and the Mets beat the Braves 8-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
All right, we got our Team USA / World Cup soccer correspondent, Nick Mendola, friend of the show, alum of the show. He's out there covering the World Cup. You were in Toronto, Nick, for that Canada game?
I was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll just start right here. Look, I'm not trying to. I was not able to afford going to that game. I was there for work. So, and I think the prices are outrageous and all that. So I put everything to the side. What an unbelievable experience, and I want to go to every World Cup game now.
Yeah. So the Canada game, it was that good. That game, I mean, we could start there real quickly. Like Bosnia scores early, and it felt like it was pressure because Canada's here in a home game to open the cup, and they ultimately end up getting a tie. But the second half of that game, they were all over Bosnia and felt like they at least deserved a tie, if not to have won the game.
Yeah, well, let me start here. You guys have been to the arena. We've seen the Buffalo Sabres sing the Canadian anthem. Have you seen 60,000 people at a home World Cup join Alanis Morissette in singing the anthem? Like, that was absolutely electric. Like, I came with high expectations for you, Canada. Like, I knew that anthem was going to be good. And then I hear, Michael Bublé sang a song, and Alanis Morissette comes out, and then, yeah, so out of this world. But the thing is, Canada wasn't really scared by going down 1-0 against a kind of heady and experienced Bosnia team. And that whole second half was bonkers. I had a duty, right? My article, besides writing the game recap, was to get reaction from some Canada fans to what it meant to host a World Cup, right? And I'm walking around, and I see the goal, but I'm in the crowd, and the crowd bump was unbelievable. I'm telling you, it must have echoed throughout the entire city. So that city deserved it. I have a new respect for Canadian soccer fans, and if only the Leafs were good one year, maybe we would hear that.
Yeah, the video of the ultras marching towards the stadium.
Oh God,
was unbelievable.
Guys, I'm driving in there, and a police officer. They give you this tag, and I'm not trying to sound big time here. They give you a tag to put in your windshield that the players get, like the teams get. So you're in a line of 50 cars because it's Toronto, and the cops are mad at all of them. And then they see your tag, and they're like, no, you're allowed to go on this road. But at first the cop didn't see my tag, so he pushed me back onto the highway. And it's 4 hours before the game, and you're driving on a highway with red and white smoke pouring up underneath the Gardiner Expressway. If you guys have driven on there. It was, intoxicating, honestly.
Well, you're doing a great job, like, setting the scene. And we wondered this, Nick, like when we talked before the whole tournament got started, the games begin, and then that's why all the other stuff happens. That's why the sports world accepts whether it's corruption or things that don't look so good. It's because when the games start happening, it all kind of comes together, and we see why they do all of what they do. And here the World Cup has begun. So whether it's Mexico to start, which is an incredible scene, or Canada, and then Team USA opens at SoFi. And Nick, let's get to that game, because you've been watching this team for quite some time, and we talked about how they looked in their friendlies, how they looked pretty good, and what expectations would be. All that said, was it such a good performance that you have even recalibrated what you think they could do?
Yes and no. I have not had to recalibrate what I think they could do. I've recalibrated what I think they will do.
Okay.
Because they have had this potential for quite a long time. The players on their team play for some of the top clubs in Europe. But what they needed, in my opinion, and again, this is a revisionist history, so I hope I said this beforehand, they now have a world-class coach who has such a reputation, who is not retired from the club game. He is moved from the club game with, Chelsea and Tottenham directly to the United States men's national team. And he's not worried about his job. He's not going to be the U.S. coach in about 2 months or in about a month, right? And he is just saying, I'm going to put my best players out there, and I'm known for trying to play stylish, attractive, keep the ball football. And you know what? I'm going to do that. And he had every opportunity. And I think as much as I love when an American is the coach, there's a little bit more pressure, and maybe he puts that extra safety valve out at center mid to play a little bit more defensive. But this is not at all what Mauricio Pochettino did. He put his best players out there. He tried to score goals, and he did. Now, will he do that against, Belgium in the round of 32? I don't know. He may change, but against Paraguay, a team he had beaten, he said, let's try and beat them by more. And then they did. So credit to the players for responding as well. They can go as far as they've ever gone, which is the quarterfinals. And at that point, the can go part, it's one game at a time at that point, literally. The cliche is okay at that point.
Right. So maybe part of what people should think is, okay, tell us about Paraguay, right? It's the first game. Did the Bills just beat up on the Jets, or did they beat on Houston? What kind of opponent did the U.S. dismantle here? Because a lot of what I read, Nick, was that Paraguay actually is a very good defensive team, and the U.S. was cutting them open the whole night.
Yeah, look, they're not bad. It was a 1-0 game, or sorry, 2-1 game, a 1-goal game when they played in a friendly just a couple of months ago. Actually, I think it was late fall, so define what a couple of months are. Morocco beat them 2-1. South Korea beat them 2-0. They beat Mexico 2-1. And they drew Ecuador 0-0. And Japan 2-2. The Netherlands drew Japan 2-2. Sorry, I pulled up the results while you were talking. Not a bad team, a team they're expected to win, not a team that's expected to get absolutely rolled the way that they did. Now, again, it's on home soil. The pressure of the World Cup is such. Now, Germany, you guys probably saw, scored 7 goals against Curacao. This wasn't that. But Sweden beat the you-know-what out of Tunisia, yesterday, 5-1. And I think sometimes there's also a team that grabs the bull by the horns and a team that gets done in by the nerves, and maybe that was a little bit of it. I don't think Paraguay or any team, when they see the U.S. coming, thinks they're going to get the full-throated sort of assault that they got from all sides. And this was an aggressive team going for it on a home World Cup, and maybe that put Paraguay, because they're not a bad team, but it was a dismantling.
Was it so good that you could see them doing that against their next 2 opponents? How much better would you consider, or not better, Australia or Turkey A to be?
I got to be careful because they got a couple Australians around FC Buffalo who are very high on their chances. So if they hear this, I think Australia is about the same as Paraguay. It's a different team in terms of the way they play, but it's a similar overall level. That said, they just beat Turkey A 2-0. And Turkey, I think most people were expecting to, at worst, finish second in the group, and still may happen, right? So that's the thing at the World Cup, guys. It's hot. This is the biggest game. I think that was the other part about being in Canada that it just struck me. Every single player on that, because it's Bosnia and Canada, this is the biggest game of their lives, and the next game will be the biggest game of their lives. And what we don't see all the time, and why the Stanley Cup playoffs are great, and why the NFL playoffs are great, is that these are elite athletes who care more about this than almost any moment they're going to care in their entire lives. So, I just think there's that angle to it. Maybe Turkey wilted, right, against Australia, or maybe Australia is better than we thought. But I would expect the U.S. to beat Australia. And then it's just about, is the group secure? That's the coolest part about a 3-game tournament where you win the first 2 games. You may be able to rest dudes in the final game, and what an achievement that would be for the U.S.
Now, Nick, looking at the bracket, do we know if they win the group who they play? The FIFA website has a giant graphic where 1D plays 3B, E, I, H, F, or what? Like, can you explain to me and people out there, like, maybe how this will work?
Yes. Maybe not poorly, but adequately. I will do my very, very best, because it is tricky. You mentioned that. They're going to, if they finish first in their group, which is obviously the hope now, it was obviously the hope beforehand, they're going to come up against a third-place team. And I think that's something that benefits the host. It's one of those things where, like, hey, listen, you've paid all this money to have the tournament. If you win your group, you can be in a really good position. So, sorry, guys, for pausing here for a second, but the U.S. are coming out of Group D, where they currently have a 1-goal lead in differential over Australia. So in theory, they could have the group sewn up if they beat Australia. But if you win Group D, you're going to run, as you mentioned, you're going to run up against the third-place team from B, E, F, I, or J. And so it's very difficult to describe how that breakdown happens, other than they kind of, there's a sequence, and I can't say it on the radio. Like, if you go to the Wikipedia page for the World Cup, you'll see every single way a team can land in that group. And I don't know why they do it that way, because I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. But it's I don't quite know how to answer. I do know that they'll probably play Belgium in the round of 16 if they win that game.
Okay. Right. We kind of can see crossovers, and you get to see who stays on one side of the bracket and the other. Nick, Christian Pulisic had been, if there's a household name on Team USA, it's probably him. After this opening game against Paraguay, Balogun becomes like your kid's favorite player now. He scored a pair of goals. The third goal they scored, his second, was really incredible. Not to speak of Gio Reyna's goal. We'll get to that a little bit later. But how about the story of Balogun, and whether it's, he's fulfilling what he was supposed to become? He's also one of these players that was born in the U.S. but is actually English. Like, the tournament has a lot of stories like this. So tell us about Balogun's arc and his timeline here.
It's kind of a crazy story. He's born in Brooklyn. He was born a bit early. His parents he has Nigerian parents who were living in London. Okay, following me here? And they were visiting New York when his mom was, I think, 6.5 or 7 months pregnant. This was not an expected delivery. And so he was at Arsenal, which Jeremy likes, obviously. And there was a bit of a recruiting war, because if he ever were to play to England, that's not going to happen for a while, because they have so many players. But the U.S. and Nigeria were like, hey, you want to play in an earlier World Cup? Hey, come on over, buddy. That sort of situation. Ends up transferring to Monaco, which is a Champions League team in France, but, a second tier sort of like Champions, and scores a bunch of goals. He had already scored a bunch of goals on loan in France from Arsenal. And it was a matter of, can he will a team forward in terms of, like, making sure he pots his chances? Because when you have a good playmaking team, and listen, Pulisic was electric the other night. Gio Reyna, when he's in there, is an excellent playmaker. I love Malik Tillman. Timothy Weah. Like, this team is keeping good playmakers on the bench. But the last World Cup, I mean, they're putting guys out there who are, not quite, I don't want to say not quite up the level, but not at Balogun's level. Now you have a Champions League striker, and his job is just, hey, once or twice a game, you are going to get a chance to score. Can you do that? and he's potted him. And again, the stage is big for him. It's not too big. He scored 5 goals in the Champions League last year. I think only 2 players scored more over the course of the tournament. So, yeah, I mean, the guy who scores the goals does become the star. But that said, guys, for as much as we've talked about Christian Pulisic, he was unbelievable from the get-go. That first goal is him cutting between two people on a slalom run like Connor McDavid. Like this was a special performance from him too.
Yeah, and he's injured, right? But we kind of think that maybe that was like precautionary.
Yeah, reportedly he mouthed "I'm okay" to his family in the crowd. I think I mentioned with you guys the other day, he's the most fouled player in any U.S. game. When they're going down to Honduras, usually to play a qualifier or a tournament game or whatever, it is let's beat the you-know-what out of that guy and hope we get him out of the game. So I think they said he felt something in his calf. They didn't quite, one of Jeremy's favorite words, they didn't quite upgrade his injury to a knock, right?
Yeah.
He felt something. It's felt something, knock, then real injury. I would not be worried about that guy during a World Cup because he also plays with an enormous chip on his shoulder.
He's an interesting character. He's also like soft-spoken, right? Like there's a lot about him and how he's the biggest American soccer star, but you don't hear from him that much.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. Overall, his father played indoor soccer. Around our area, his father's best friend, Dave Sarakin, is a Rochester soccer legend and ended up becoming the interim manager of the United States. He comes up in Hershey, Pennsylvania. It's pretty clear he has phenomenal skills. Takes a chance, goes over to Dortmund and breaks into their team early. And it really feels like with Pulisic, he takes the step and he adapts so quickly the first time they give him a chance. Like, I don't know whether it's he's a little bit smaller when he was younger or whether it's because he's American, but everyone says, all right, give this guy time. And it always seems like within his first couple weeks on the job, he's like, oh, you think I need time? And he just delivers. And he was the best player at AC Milan last season and for the first half of this season. And people started to doubt him. He was on a goal drought. They had said, oh, it's been 10 games. That's not good timing with a World Cup coming. And he steps up for the first two friendlies and for this first game of the World Cup. And, the thing we hate to talk about, the clutch gene, the momentum, the big-time players in big-time situations, at the very moment, it certainly feels like he's that guy.
We had a call ask about this. I want to ask you about this. The mistaken identity ruling. Am I wrong to say that that's just a fancy way to say, hey, you made the wrong call? Get Timothy Weah for a yellow card. They go back and review it and rescind it and give it to the player that dove instead. Like, that's not, oh, no, look, you gave it to the wrong person. They're just calling that mistaken identity, Nick?
Yeah, it's a weird name for the rule. I will say this. What is the number? They're doing a lot of things to cater to the American audience in this World Cup.
Reviews?
And that, well...
Do they think we like reviews? We don't like reviews.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about the hydration break in the indoor stadium. Now, what they're saying is, the argument they're making is that every team, it should be equal across every group, right? So if two teams are playing in Pasadena and it's 1,000,000 degrees, and because if you're a coach, you get a hydration break, and the other teams who don't get a hydration break, they don't get to address their team midway through the half. So I kind of get that, but then calling it quarters on the broadcast, that's another story. The manipulation thing is they know people hate diving. They hate embellishment. And at that point, there was going to be a very dangerous free kick. Tim Ream clearly doesn't touch Almiron, who used to play for Newcastle and Atlanta United.
Not Timothy Weah, Tim Ream. Sorry, wrong Tim.
A lot of Tims with short last names, Jeremy. It's okay.
Yep.
But yes, this was something where it was a clear dive, and they want fans to see that. They want people to see, hey, we're trying to get this out of the game.
Yeah. What also, Nick, Gio Reyna scoring the goal at the end, because he has not really been in great form, right, leading up to this World Cup. So how big was that for him?
Huge. I mean, he was considering. I mean, he went to Dortmund. He followed, except for his father being. Well, no, his father is actually also a much bigger famous soccer player than an indoor guy. This was a huge opportunity for him. He went to Dortmund, and he's kind of stalled a little bit. He had a loan at Nottingham Forest. He's now at Borussia Mönchengladbach. He hasn't been a starter there either, but everyone agrees he's a unique talent. And obviously everybody remembers the last World Cup, even before the controversy, Greg Berhalter calls him in at 19 years old, tells him before the tournament, hey, you're probably not going to play. and he did not react well to that. It becomes a huge controversy. This is a big prove-it stage for him. Nobody doubts the skill and the audacity, right? That's the outside of his boot. That is a stupid shot. Like, that's the thing. It's not just that he scored, because he maybe could have scored if he uses the inside of his boot, but he is just turning that ball in a way that many people would dream, with that much power and that much precision. And, he's pushing to get into every game, but maybe he needed this. There are 6-7 midfielders or forwards who could play in any game for the U.S., and he's one of those guys. I mean, him and Tim Weah both did not start. They both would be one of the best players on any number of U.S. World Cup rosters.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer, covering the World Cup. What's your next game you're going to?
On Friday, I will be in Philadelphia for Brazil and Haiti, and I am very, very excited for that because of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Brazil's going to need it, too, after drawing their first game against Morocco, and Haiti lost as well. So there will be desperation in the air.
Yeah. Did Brazil look bad in that game? Like, I only watched the first half, but it felt like Morocco was – they looked like they were completely on their level for a long stretch.
Well, I mean, Morocco, I think that's what you have to judge. We were watching the Netherlands and Japan, and I think we could have all agree when that game draws 2-2, it's a situation of two good teams playing their games very well. Morocco have made a run to the semifinals before. They're trying to become, the best team, the best generation to ever come through Africa, an entire continent. So I guess that's what I'll be judging on Friday. I think Brazil were certainly not at their level. The question for them is at their fullbacks, because their midfield forwards, center backs, and goalies are all elite. They've got Gabriel, Allison. These are all names that people who watch the Premier League know. But the question is, did Morocco expose it? And is it just a bad matchup because Morocco's fullbacks are absolutely electric? I will say I don't feel great about calling Brazil as a team that could win the tournament beforehand, but real good chance to just go back against Haiti in Philadelphia and take care of business.
All right. Well, if you can squeeze us in, then we'll chat, because that'll be the day after U.S.-Australia. We'll look back and see if the U.S. is in good shape, having closed out the group.
Yeah, please. I mean, hey, listen, Friday I'm going to be going to Philadelphia, driving home for, me, I like to plug FC Buffalo doubleheader on Saturday at Buffalo State. We had a great crowd this week. The men and the women both won 4-2. And I would be absolutely thrilled if you took in some live soccer on Saturday.
Yeah, please do. Tickets at FC Buffalo's website?
Yep, fcbuffalo.org.
All right. Very good.
Sweet.
People get the soccer bug and go watch some FC Buffalo. Thanks, Nick. We'll talk later this week.
You got it, my friend.
Brazil and Haiti in Philadelphia.
Haiti, I thought, looked good in their first game. The World Cup does give you some of these smaller nations that, like, I felt the Curacao reaction when they scored to tie Germany 1-1 in the first half. They ended up losing 7-1. But all of those fans were so happy then, just they even had 20 minutes to believe that they were actually, like, in the game and had a goal at the World Cup. I mean, it's not a country that might have ever thought they'd be in the World Cup at all.
Curacao?
Yeah.
It was pretty wild. Smallest country in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Ever.
And they scored a goal against Germany.
Yeah.
That's insane.
803-0550. All right, when we get back, you guys want to do some role playing? Yeah, all right.
Okay.
The role will be, well, whatever. I've seen a chart on goaltending in the playoffs, and I just want to have a conversation about it. I want to continue to have conversations about what happened in these playoffs. Carolina won the cup.
Wearing red and black.
Fine.
Hurricane logo jerseys.
16-3. They barely got challenged in the East. And Vegas gave them a tough test, and they proved to be great. So all the credit. But I want to have a conversation, and I want you to try to convince me of something when we get back about the Sabres and their goaltending. 803-0550 on WGR. Do you want a fun Carolina stat here for you?
Sure.
Okay. How do I phrase this in a specific way? It's a stat I'm making up. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're at Freddie Anderson count 14. players, regular players, over 30. That's an old team. Here's the list. Guys that are 30 or older. Nikolai Ehlers, 30. Just signed a UFA deal last year. He's 30.
Okay.
Do they win the cup without him?
Probably
maybe not.
Hey, it's Sneaky
Maybe
Joe
not.
DiBiase
Taylor
here
Hall,
for
34. Jordan Martinook,
He was
33.
second in scoring, by the way.
Martinook, 33. Stahl wins the Conn Smythe, 37. Carrier, 31. Jankowski, 31. Eric Robinson, 31. Delorier, 35. Jacob Slavin, 32. Sean Walker, 31. Gostisbehere, 33.
It's like their best three defensemen.
Right. This is an old team.
Miller's pretty good. Chatfield too. But yeah, that's really old.
That's an old team. Anderson, 36. That's an old team. And we're sitting here at the center of a debate about whether or not the Sabres should pay one old guy. One.
Right.
It's not.
It is kind of crazy.
They don't have
Florida had a lot of old guys too when they were winning cups. I mean, they brought in Marchand and he was playing obviously.
We're over here pulling our hair at about one old guy.
One old guy.
They don't have another old guy under contract for a lot. Now, granted,
Right, where would Tuck rank on the Hurricanes in age?
in age, he's 30 right now.
I think he's either 30 or he's turning 30 before the season.
Okay, well, he'd be behind.
He's 30. He turned 30 in May.
Good. He'd be behind everyone that I just listed. I can see when Ehlers turned 30.
Yeah.
If it was more recently than Alex Tuck turned 30. February. Nope.
So
he's-
Ehlers is the only one that you just named that he's actually younger than?
No, he's younger than all. Tuck's younger than all of them.
Or that's what they're
yeah,
older
that's what
than.
you meant. Yeah. Tuck's younger than every single player I just mentioned. Now, every player I mentioned isn't under contract, through 2030. Like Gostisbehere
Sure.
is under contract for next year, and that's it.
Okay.
Jalen Chatfield, he's 30. Whatever. He's one. The
Yeah.
point is, the Sabres have their aging veterans. Sure, we could get to like Jason Zucker and Jordan Greenway and their ages. Like Zucker's 34.
Yep. Zucker's is evidence of this too, though. Like he showed up at 32
Yeah.
when he got here and has just been really solid.
Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Stahl is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final, pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes,
Yep.
but it was overwhelming that Stahl won. Like
Yep.
he got most of the first place votes. I mean, especially in the final. Like maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final.
Yep.
I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. Like
I guess you're right. Like I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brind'Amour when he like threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
That I'm like, "Ah." So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side by sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But like when the players were passing the cup around wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Stahl, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question.
The Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions after defeating the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. Brandon Bussi, of course, posted a shutout with 22 saves. Jordan Staal also won the Conn Smythe, oldest player to do so as well. After another comeback win, 94-90, the Knicks have done it. They've bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Finals. They obtained their first title in 53 years. Looking around the NFL, Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with the back injury, continues to participate in walkthroughs at OTAs. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped OTAs and did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. And Browns general manager Andrew Berry said everything is on the table for Deshaun Watson this season. In the World Cup, the U.S. won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. They're back in action this Friday at 3 o'clock against Australia. And in baseball, the Yankees, they beat the Blue Jays 8-3. The Red Sox fell to the Rangers 6-4. And the Mets, they beat the Braves 8-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Brandon, a year ago, if I had told you you're a Stanley Cup champion, a shutout in the clinching game, would you have believed it?
Yeah, probably no one, including myself. So it's special. It's been a special year. It's been an honor to do it with this group. Everybody deserves it so much. Everybody that works in the organization behind the scenes deserves it so much. It's a special day to celebrate all of us as a group and then family and loved ones in town also.
Brandon Bussi, goaltender in for the Carolina Hurricanes. They win the Cup. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Owen Parker here. Joe Cali here as well. And, all right, you guys want to have a conversation? I said role play. We can all decide who the roles are going to be. Mm-hmm. Joe's also informed me he has a really fun game coming up in a little bit.
I do.
But, all right, here's what I've got for you. Money Puck just sent across. Playoffs are over. Final rankings. Goalie in the playoffs. Like, here's how the goalies did. Here are the best goalies. And, top of the list, who's there? Well, there's Dobesh of Montreal. The playoffs' best goalie this year was Jacob Dobesh. 19 games, 13 goals saved above expected.
Okay.
And then I down all right, Dan Vladar was number 2. Ullmark, Freddie Anderson, and Brandon Bussi were number 4 and number 5 in goals saved above expected, cumulatively. Jesper Wallstad, a Penguins goalie. Vasilevsky, Carter Hart, Bruins backup, Ducks goalie, Kings, both Avalanche guys. Lyon and Luukkonen come in at 15 and 16. In goals saved above expected. Okay. And there's a lot of different ways to evaluate your goalkeeping. I don't think anyone would say the Sabres got great goaltending.
No.
They did in stretches. Lyon was really good against Boston for a little bit of time there. Luukkonen until the game winner against Montreal in Game 7. I thought had a pretty strong Game 7. But when you look at it like that, like this right here, I was ranked 15th and 16th in playoff goalies in goals saved above expected. So my question for you, and let's play the game here, play the role. Who am I? Am I Terry and you're Yarmo? Am I Yarmo and you're my director of pro scouting?
Okay.
The question I have for you, decide the role. We got to do better than that. So let's talk about ideas. Hellebuck we talk about. But the general idea, which I don't even know that I disagree with this idea that Owen's been mentioning and we're talking about a lot. You don't want to go too hard at finding someone that's about the same as that. I get that idea. But I can't accept that and just roll it out again, can I? What would you say? What would the GM say to the owner? No, we'll just be better next time. Based on what? Oh, well, look at Freddie Anderson and Brandon Bussi. Like, okay,
yeah,
that's the argument. Like I said,
right?
I understand conceptually, but I'm trying to win the Stanley Cup. That's where I'm at. We started the show today. I said both the Bills and the Sabres. I see the Knicks win. I see the Hurricanes finally break through. Like, I feel like I'm ready to rock here. I'm ready to go. And am I just going to do that with the same pair of goalies?
It's really tough to find an idea that fits that isn't the giant Hellebuck trade. So, yeah, I think I'd be trying to sell. It's a dice roll, and hopefully next time it's going to come up right for us. Or, like, I'm not getting to selling. Maybe Colton Ellis will be able to do it because he wasn't a part of that rotation. And the other part of it is, like, I guess, like, I would not be the one to say this, but maybe they would be saying Luukkonen's going to grow. He'll grow from that. He's still young enough. He had a horrible goal go into him against Boston, and we think that he'll learn from his experiences and he'll be better next time around. Like, that would be, I think, the best you could do, other than if you wanted me to sell, like, okay, you're the owner. Like, I want to hear an idea. I want to hear an idea of something we could do. And I think maybe I would get to telling you, like, let's go try to get Bobrovsky for something that isn't crazy. Because, like, I don't know what else it is. Like, this guy's done it in the playoffs. Right. And last year was only bad because he had nobody in front of him. So we could try that and see if he wants to play for us on a 1-year deal at 38 years old, and we'll only play him 35 games, 40 games, and hope he's fresh by the playoffs. Like, that's – I don't know what else you would really want to do.
It's hard to – like you said, it's hard to find many other things to do that don't feel like it's a bigger risk.
There'd be risk. Like, okay – all right, Terry, you want another idea?
But wait.
I'm going to call Minnesota right now, and we can go trade for a goalie that's about to have hip surgery. And we can take a risky bet that he's still going to be really good when he comes back from that. We could try that.
But if they're all here's the thing about risk. If they're just dice rolls, what's my risk? You're telling me
I'm already doing a dice roll.
Am I just changing the dice? Right?
Sure.
How many years of this dice roll before you agree to get different dice, if that's even really needed? Like, I'm stuck on it. I don't know what to do with it.
It's hard. It's difficult because of there's just not options, and there's not, even with the options that there are, which there are limited ones, there's no guarantees with any of them. Even the massive guys, you've got down years from those guys that can happen and that can strike. And that's the nature of that gig, and that's why it's the elusive thing that nobody, like, there's no guide. Nobody knows how to do it. If there was a GM who could every year tell you, I know that this goalie is going to have above a 9-10 for you, that guy would win GM of the year every single year.
Didn't we see this is where I want to lean back on. Didn't Tampa and Florida show us that that's what they did? And now we have a break from it briefly, and we're just going to go back to, like, oh, it's just dice rolls. Because Florida's being linked to Hellebuck. That's a Florida team that was not dice rolling, and they're going to jump right into the biggest idea possible.
But they kind of were rolling the dice until it worked with Bobrovsky. Like, this guy can't win in the playoffs. He's a disaster when he gets there. And then he figured it out, and he got on a roll. He got hot.
Is that not a different dice roll? Isn't that betting that, I don't know, like Josh Allen
That'd be Hellebuck.
That's betting Josh Allen over Sam Darnold. Not that Allen has ever been the problem in the playoffs,
right.
but
Right.
Lamar. I'm betting on the superior talent that hasn't done it in this spot yet versus just a guy that's the role altogether.
That would be your Hellebuck trade. Hellebuck has struggled recently in the postseason, and you would be trading for him betting on, I'm going to get better than that in the playoffs because he's an elite goaltender.
And it also seems like
Florida invested a $10 million a year contract in Bobrovsky.
Right, right. And we can't just sit here and say, like, well, ideas that we aren't sure if they're going to work have to be off the table because this is the nature of sports, right? Like, you want the Sabres to trade for Robert Thomas. What if it doesn't work? Well, at least you tried, right? What if Myles Garrett doesn't end up being worth it for the Rams? Like, they tried. They decided to go get the best idea they could possibly think of. So I on the goalie thing, I'm stuck. Do I want to build a perfect team and just kind of leave it hanging there with Luukkonen and Lyon? It was very good this year. All right, why was it good? It was good because of the rotation. All right, is the lesson that next time in the playoffs, we're going to do that. We're not going to do the thing where we back off the rotation because somebody had a good game. Mm-hmm. Because they backed off it in the postseason. What's the thing that changed? Isn't that the only thing that they changed? They stopped doing the thing that they said was key to them having such success. So
right, because traditionally they think it doesn't function as effectively in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it was right or wrong. It's just I don't know. Like I said, if we were going to do role play, and I'm Yarmo and say like, all right, what's our best idea we've got at goaltender? Do you just walk in the room and be like, run it back? Just run it back.
I think you're right now. If I was Yarmo walking into a meeting with Terry and he wanted to ask me like, what's the deal with the goalies? I would go in there and say, I don't love them, but they worked last year in the regular season and got us a division win, and that you cannot dispute. They were great in the regular season. Great. And so can we, like you just mentioned, find some way to get that out of them in the playoffs consistently? I don't know. Does anybody know how to do that? Brandon Bussey is Colton Ellis. He is. He's the same guy.
Claimed on waivers this year.
He's got a little more pro experience, but that is it. And he just won the cup. I mean, I know Anderson went a lot of the way, but he did it. And like Carolina is a great example of a team that just roll it. Let's go. And like, do you want to ride that ride? I don't think so, but it can work. And it has worked for teams. And if you're going to have to give up an asset to do essentially the same odds on that dice roll, why give up the asset? And why rock the boat?
But is it really the same odds?
Yes.
Is it what's my number with Lukin in line? Is it 50-50 dice roll?
Sure.
Would I trade a first-round pick for 60-40?
Well, and also you're
shouldn't again, like I know you can't really parse it that specifically.
Yeah.
But if we're running the deepest numbers as an organization, why would I move an asset to increase my odds by 4%? That's what you do at the trade deadline. You trade a prospect for Sam Carrick to win you 7 faceoffs in a series.
Right, but I don't think you're guaranteeing a bump in the odds with anything other than the big guy.
I know you're not I mean, there's no guarantees really anywhere. It's just
right.
I feel like it's not I don't expect the biggest move this offseason to be in goal. But I do think it's where they have the biggest question.
I think if they make
right?
a move there, I expect it to be the biggest move they make. If they do it.
If they do it, I don't think Luukkonen is here. Like, that's another part of it. And any idea we're talking about that is designed to get better at that position, Luukkonen is not on this team at $4.75 million, when there have been rumors going back a year that there's been interest in him around the league from other teams. So you want to go acquire a guy. I'm not paying $10 million a year for my goaltenders. If it's going to be that dice roll, I'm going to bring a guy in and I'm going to move him out. So whenever I'm spending to get the other guy, I'm probably getting 70% of it back trading Luukkonen to Edmonton or wherever I'm sending him. So, like, for that, if I were Yarmo and the owner came in and said, we want to do something about goalie, like, what are we doing about goalie? I would take that as my opportunity to change the dice. Because I just think this goalie is going to be someone you're never able to trust. And go get me somebody that maybe I will be able to.
I think
that's where I would be.
I think that's where, like, you want to trade Anderson and sign or trade Luukkonen and sign Anderson, and like, okay, that's a veteran guy that's done it for longer. He's had better career numbers.
Yep.
And then pair him with Lyon, and Ellis will get his games, and like, maybe we think that's worth it. Okay, fine. I have no problem doing that, but I just don't know how much it's going to change for you. And so
sure.
if that is a 5% upgrade you feel you can make, I say do it. But I don't know how many of those there are. I just don't. I don't know that there's that level of thing that's going to make you comfortable with moving on.
And I will throw, just again to mention him at the end here, I do think it's possible Ellis is a real part of this.
Yes.
Like, he was a rookie that played all over the place for this schedule, was above a 900 save percentage, was middle of the road in goals saved above expected as a rookie. Like, I'm not writing that guy off. I am not banking on him playing a playoff game for them next year either. But I'm not assuming that he can't become a part of the picture.
803-0550. Sabres offseason. It's here. Now that the cup has been awarded, let's have some trades, hockey guys, right? Have some trades.
Who's going to be the first to do it?
Good question. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. The draft is in 10 days. Imagine if the NFL draft was 10 days after the Super Bowl.
I know.
Whoa! Get those mocks
And
up.
before free agency.
Yeah, right.
Mike Giannetti just tweeted out like all the free agents, the 5 goalies he listed, free agent goalies.
Yeah, hit me.
Bobrovsky, Freddie Anderson, Stuart Skinner, Connor Ingram, and Cam Talbot. Gets thin quick. Really quick.
Check Stuart Skinner's goal saved above expected in last year's playoffs. I wouldn't expect anything from him, but who knows?
No, he seems less trustworthy than Luukkonen.
I know. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's got a fun game coming up, and we'll keep hanging out on this cool Monday. Temps down a little bit as that rain rolled through. High of about 65 today.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Gorflow, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
What I would say about Carolina and the Knicks and everything right now, I am, sometimes you go through things in your life, you feel a change in yourself. I feel myself right now changing into that I kind of believe one of these two teams of ours is going to win or certainly has a chance to win. Mm-hmm. And I really am in a complete title or bust mode for both of them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I've never been at that point for both these teams. It's not to say I'm not going to have fun during the regular season for either of them as well. But Carolina, what'd they do? They're the team that had been knocking on the door for 5 years, and they win the cup. What about the Knicks? Really good. Yeah. Thought they hit the ceiling. Fired their coach.
After losing in the conference finals, fired their coach.
Fired their coach, hired a new guy, won the title. I think about this for a lot of teams. I think about this for, Arsenal, for Rory McIlroy. The World Cup, is that what's next? Is it England that's going to win the World Cup?
England and
or Portugal?
You would say Brazil. Brazil hasn't won a World Cup in 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could say it for Portugal. You could say it for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Somebody that is worthy of having one finally gets one.
Yeah. And,
for a lot of Bills and Sabres fans, we went through long droughts, not like Carolina's 20-year didn't win a cup drought, which I don't want to hear a word about 20 years without a cup. Get real. That's not a drought. That's just normal. That's just very normal life, 20 years. The Knicks, 50? Now that's long.
That's 50, was it 53?
53, that's a long time.
Was the exact number? Yeah.
But for both of our teams, I'm like Rocky in Russia montage motivated, climbing mountains, crumpling pictures of my opponent, singularly focused because I'm watching all these teams get over the hump. It keeps happening. It has to be one of these two teams has to do it. And they have to do it in the next 5 years. Somebody's got to do it already. I'm tired of waiting. You're tired of waiting. Generations before us are tired of waiting.
I was going to say, there are...
you've been waiting 60
fans
years.
Fans go back to the 70s that have been waiting.
Tired of waiting. Tired of acting like, maybe someday we'll get a chance. No. Both these teams have to break the door down and do whatever it takes. And, we'll see what Yarmo's offseason looks like. The Bills' offseason, they went like a team that's trying to win. We'll see if they're going to add any more at the deadline or whatever, or how the coaching change is going to work. But I am very much in it has to happen.
Yeah.
In the next 5 years, we have to see an appearance in the title round. It has to happen. Happy Monday. Cooler temperatures today. U.S. men's soccer plays on Thursday. Until then, baseball, World Cup today.
A
Spain.
lot of World Cup now every day. We had games at noon today.
When's Carolina's parade? When's the Knicks parade?
The Knicks parade's got to be this week, I would think. Brandon Ayuk getting released today?
Maybe.
He's been posting like he's about to get released.
Yeah. Joe's got a game for us when we get back.
Mm-hmm.
You can give us a call at 803-0550 if you want. I also want to tell Owen and Joe Calla that we accepted an invite to another fantasy league that was not theirs. Not yet. Did you accept their invite yet?
I did, yeah.
You did?
Oh, wait. Whose?
To theirs.
To theirs?
Owen and Joe.
No.
All right,
I'm in, though.
We have to.
Send me the invite. I'm good.
I'm not in that one yet. Anyway.
No, we were in a more unique.
I'm excited about the fantasy league we joined. We'll tell you all about it. You have to teach me a new format that I've never played this format before, believe it or not. So, 803-0550 on WGR. Brandon Bussey wins the Stanley Cup with Carolina. They win another cup by switching goalies.
He did not get the cup first, though.
That's fine.
They gave it to Freddie Anderson first? That was fine, right?
Sure.
He
got him pretty far, Freddie Anderson did.
Yeah. I don't know how to even qualify whether he was good or not last night because, again, he went like an hour without a shot on goal.
Well, the save percentage was
He made a couple big saves at the end of the game.
A .931 in the Stanley Cup final.
Yep. Yeah, they finally got the goaltending.
They got it.
Mm-hmm. That was their biggest problem for years, was just they couldn't get anything in goal, and especially in the playoffs.
Well, to that point, because I'm sure we'll debate this, we'll chat about it, and there's also some chatter on Connor Hellebuck and his landing spots.
Yep.
We'll get to a little bit as well. But Carolina finally getting the goaltending. Anytime, and I'm sure, like I said, we're going to debate this, I'm sure, in the weeks to come. But if you're someone that thinks, well, Brandon Bussey and Freddie Anderson just won the cup, that's after how many years of Carolina trying to do it with just somebodies? How about this guy? How about this guy?
Right.
How about this guy? If I was to tell you that can win, but your chances of it all falling correctly for you in a year are 1 in 7. Does that seem like a good plan? Maybe, maybe not. You're doing it cheap. You're not paying $10 million to a Connor Hellebuck.
Right.
But it took them a series of failed efforts at it to finally, get the right mix, get the team good enough in front of the goaltender where they could just throw out a guy in Brandon Bussey who was on waivers and claimed the day after Colton Ellis.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Watching Carolina win, they went 16-3 in the postseason.
Yeah.
They were the best team. Jordan Stahl is a worthy Conn Smythe winner because who else would you give it to? He scored all their goals in the Cup final pretty much.
Taylor Hall got a couple of votes, but it was overwhelming that Stahl won. He got most of the first place votes. Especially in the final. Maybe he didn't do a ton in the first couple of rounds offensively, but his goal streak ended, right? But he was incredible in the final. Yep. I think he was the right choice for sure.
Yeah, and whatever. I
guess you're right. I didn't have disdain. I still do not like Brindamore when he threw the cup up in the air and hugged it.
Yeah.
I'm like, ah. So he still, of course, because the Hurricanes immediately had to put the side-by-sides of him raising the cup in 06 next to the picture of him raising the cup in 26. But when the players were passing the cup around, wearing a jersey that looks nothing like what they used to, I didn't have any issue.
Not too rough.
There was no single guy on their team that, drove me nuts. In fact, there were more former Sabres than I had remembered. Because, there's Delorier raising the cup. Add him to the list, I guess.
Jordan Stahl, in 9 games of the Ottawa and Montreal series, had 2 points.
2 points.
2 points. He had a point in the Ottawa series. That's a sweep.
What?
He had 1 point in the Montreal series, which is a 5-game series win. 2 points.
What were his odds going into the series? I'd love to know.
Great question.
The Carolina Hurricanes slammed the door on the Vegas Golden Knights last night by a score of 3-0. They're Stanley Cup champions. Brandon Bussi, of course, posted the shutout with 22 saves. Jordan Staal also won the Conn Smythe, the oldest player to do so. After another comeback win, 94-90, the Knicks, they've done it. They've bested the Spurs in Dallas to close out the NBA Finals. They obtained their first title in 53 years. Looking around the NFL, the Miami Herald's Omar Kelly believes Dolphins quarterback Malik Willis is the Dolphins player who needs the most work. Lions tight end Sam Laporta, dealing with the back injury, continues to participate in walkthroughs at OTAs. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter skipped OTAs and did not participate in team drills at mandatory minicamp. In the World Cup, U.S. men's national team won their first outing over Paraguay on Friday, 4-1. They're back in action this Friday at 3 o'clock against Australia. And in baseball, the Yankees, they beat the Blue Jays 8-3. The Red Sox fell to the Rangers 6-4. And the Mets beat the Braves 8-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Gannon Doak, happy to take on experience. It comes to John McGinn, and it's found a way in. A moment for a nation.
World Cup. We got a game at noon today.
12 o'clock.
Spain.
Don't anticipate it being a close one, but maybe we will. It's one of these games that should be a blowout, and then the rest of the schedule looks pretty competitive after that. So, should be a good day.
You've got a game for us? Want to do that before or after we talk about this quick fantasy story?
Let's do the fantasy story quick, and then
so
we'll
I'm
play.
in a
We'll play
bunch
my
of
game, pick a pair.
I'm in a bunch of fantasy leagues. Owen and Joe Cali have started a dynasty league, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do I want another fantasy league?
Did you guys do anything unique about it again?
It's just Superflex. We went
Superflex.
pretty standard. Like, we don't want to be too
All
crazy here. We're just trying to get, like, a good group of guys that work here in a
Ooh,
dynasty.
let me see the entire list. I'll decide.
Yeah.
I'll decide if this is a good group of guys.
Is Nate in this league? Because
Nate.
That might make me
I think
more
we need
likely
one
to
more.
join
We might
because he'll
need one
trade
more.
me everything that's good on his team. All right.
Text Nate. Get him in there. Make that happen. Yeah, we're still not. We need to set our draft and everything. But,
Every morning we come in and say we're going to get the details squared away and then
and
never
then we
speak about
get busy in here doing our jobs.
See, it's a dynasty league, which requires a lot of work. I'm in a number of dynasty leagues, and dynasties work. Guillotine is work in season. Dynasty is work kind of all year, but the off season is the real time to do.
But even Dynasty, you can check in and out. Like the off season is so long.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure yet.
We talked to DJ Moore trade a few weeks ago. Like we could take a month off and then try it again.
We're still deciding. I'm still deciding if I'm going to be in your league. However, I have accepted an invite to another league.
Yeah.
Adding to my total. But I have a defense for this. How many leagues am I in? How many leagues? You out there, how many leagues are you in? The average, I think the average is, what is it now?
It can't be more than like 3.
It's like, no, the average is like 7.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Come on.
Go ahead and search it. How many?
The average for people that play fantasy football is 7.
Yeah.
That seems crazy.
Well, consider,
maybe.
Consider people that have like 20.
Right.
Are we counting like the best ball stuff where like
we're counting all of them?
Because then you could be in like 400 technically.
That's right. I guess
and that's
going
to really inflate it.
Well, anyway, the league
I don't know.
the league that Joe and I agreed to be in is a best ball league, which means I draft and then I just walk away.
Yeah, like you watch it.
I hope it goes well, but whatever. I'm just
There's nothing to do after the draft.
Not even waivers.
Not best ball leagues that I've been in. I'm assuming this one is the same.
Great. So set it and forget it.
Yep.
Now the format of this league that we joined it's called the Steak League.
Okay.
And if you finish in the top 4, you get your steak dinner paid for by the bottom four. And the middle 4 pay for their own. So there's a 12-person league. We're all going to go out through a huge steak dinner, 12 people.
Yeah.
Bottom 4 pay for the top 4.
Yeah.
And middle 4 pay for themselves.
I like that.
That's the whole thing. There's no entry fee.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
I like that a lot.
We just been right. Hey, you want to be in this league? Joe and I said yes.
The perfect thing about it that I love is it gives you all the things you love about relegation and promotion without having to figure out a way to do relegation and promotion.
Yes.
Because the final week of the year, whoever's in 9th place, tracking down 8th place will be massive.
Yeah.
And if you're in 5th, tracking down 4th will be also huge.
Imagine if there's some serious tiebreakers and you can go either way in the last 2 weeks of the season.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
So-
big stakes.
That could be crazy.
Yeah.
Stakes.
That's nice.
Pun intended.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about that one. Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Albeit
I like
about
that level of investment.
Sure. One
Yeah.
night to draft, one night to have steak dinner.
Yeah.
And that dinner is going to be awesome. You know that dinner is going to be
The first over, whoever wins
Yeah.
the league, first place picks where it is.
Yeah.
So yeah,
To pick the steakhouse.
So we said yes. We said yes.
That'll be fun.
I've never done a best ball stacking. Right?
So you're the underdog. You're the rookie then.
You do stacks. I want Burrow and Chase for league weeks they blow up.
Yeah, what are the stacks you want?
Like-
You always want Burrow. I mean, Burrow and Chase is always a great one.
Sure, but you might want
You
like
might want Allen and DJ Moore. this
maybe
year.
you might Allen and Shakir for the
Yeah.
for the 10 screen game.
I
Sorry,
feel like,
sorry.
not to give away draft strategy, but I feel like because those, if you're in best ball, that would be like the one difference is you got to think about who you're going to get at quarterback, and you would like to pair it up with like if you have Jefferson in the second round, you're probably going to think about that and say, well, I'm not going to draft a quarterback next round because I would like to get Kyler later. So I can get Kyler and Jefferson together. That though is also when you're in like these pools where there are like hundreds of people involved. You don't have to do that in just a 12-person league.
I have a text for clarification. Are there limits to the steak? Oh, it's steak and wine and everything. It's
it's everything.
It's an all-inclusive.
Oh, yeah,
It's the
I
dinner.
mean, if they have lobster,
It
I
is-
mean that
it is
could
an
be on the menu.
all-inclusive.
Little surf and turf action.
creme brulee at the end.
Yes, it is
Yeah, really run up the tab.
That's what I was told. It is a baller's dinner.
Yeah.
Pay for yourself or pay for two people, basically. Or finish in the top 4.
Like Paulie in The Sopranos when he really ran up the tab. He started sending over bottles to the tables next to them. That probably wouldn't be.
I feel like that
would probably be frowned upon.
Maybe
That's
a-
bad
yeah.
taste.
You
Kind
should.
of a
Like,
share the
let's get one
buffet
on these guys
situation.
over here. Let's put that on the tab too.
We'll put it in the bylaws that if a player that's on your team is at the table next to you, you can send that person a bottle, but no one else.
Right.
Like you
All right,
actually,
that's
if you
fair.
see, like, oh man, that's Caleb Williams. All right, send him a bottle. You know. All right. Anyway, so I'm in that league, my first best ball league, and then you guys want to do a dynasty league.
Superflex. You're in Superflex, right?
I'm not in a single Superflex.
Really?
I know of Superflexes. I'm just not in any.
Does that not appeal to you? Or
It's fine. I have no problem with Superflex. I'm just not in any.
Interesting.
I think
don't have
you'll enjoy that.
Sure. I don't have
I
anything.
like Superflex.
I feel like I have been in the past, but nothing against it.
I like the Superflex.
Our contract league that folded might have been Superflex at one point in time.
My friends last night, we had our big meeting, and we went to Superflex, and they tried to say, we need a cap, and like we're going to use money. I said, that's not going to work. We can't do that. Absolutely not.
No.
We're,
Someone's
trying.
gonna lose it
We're
all
trying to
early.
have a good time here.
Yeah, right.
Are you ready for a game?
I'm ready for a game.
It's a World Cup game. It's a country game. Are you familiar with the Price is Right game? Pick a pair.
Pick a pair.
All the grocery store items are laid
Yeah.
out, and then they bring up the price, and then you have to move them to the correct price.
Yeah. How many viewings into The Price is Right did you make it before you realized that the show was just trying to sell you groceries? How many? 200? Did you learn that right now
I think I
today?
just learned that right now.
That's what they're doing.
I didn't. Never,
Sure?
The
I've never
whole
thought
show
about
is a commercial.
It might be the first thing I thought of when I saw the show.
For milk? What? Like what
Everything.
commercial for?
Oh, look at this Dawn detergent 409. It'll get the grease out. Like
Yeah.
that's a commercial.
I
and then they
definitely
lead you to a
wait.
grill set.
I thought that about the cars, for sure. I never thought it about those items.
It's
though.
the mop. Oh, look at that mop. I've seen that mop before.
What about like the trips to like wherever? Like that's-
Everything.
It's a commercial
It's
for.
sponsored by TripAdvisor.
Everything is just selling you trips.
Everything is sandals on The Price is Right and Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's an I never thought about that.
I don't
like
see-
that deeply.
I have a problem where I see everything through that lens. Like, oh, what is this trying to sell me? What is this garbage? So that might be a me problem.
Well, we're going to play Pick a Pair, but with countries and fun facts about the country. Not the soccer teams, but like the actual country itself. You have to match the fact with the country, and we're just doing the teams that play today.
Okay. The teams that play today: Spain,
Cabo Verde, Belgium, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, Iran, and New Zealand. Those are your 8 nations.
Okay.
All right. I like this game.
Okay.
I think the best way to do this would be you go through and you do it once, and then I'll give you an opportunity to switch them up however you want.
You have 6 correct. Yeah. All right. All right. So these are you're going to list off 8 fun facts. We've got to match them
with the country.
Oh, I like this.
Why not? Let's go.
All right. Your first fact: more palm trees than people.
New Zealand.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Wait a second.
I think that counts.
That does not count.
He just walked down the court with 22 seconds on the clock and fired a 3-pointer.
Jacked it up.
I mean,
Sorry, everybody.
All right.
This is not Jeopardy where like you hit the button and whoever answers first. Sorry, not Jeopardy. What is that?
I was planning on getting all 8 of the clues and then discussing.
Right. Agree.
You could do that way too.
Or you could just shout it out like Joe.
Sorry, everyone.
All right. You want the next clue?
Yeah.
All right. The country that the Statue of Liberty was originally designed for, but declined it due to high costs.
Wow. We were a backup plan.
I learned this too. There was a recycled idea.
Regifted.
Yeah, we got regifted.
All right, next.
Host the world's largest food fight every year.
Okay.
Okay. Third largest sea turtle population in the world.
I mean, listen, that's a real tough clue because it's third largest.
I know.
Right.
Sorry. I worked on that one.
You can't find a different.
No, I mean,
there's nothing else about this
hold on.
country.
Maybe that's the clue.
Let me go back here. I can find you you want a better clue?
Third largest.
Hold on.
I feel like that one because of how obscure it is.
Listen,
I'm
I got
someone that believes in rings culture. I only care about the team with the first most sea turtles. Yeah.
Has a town that is inside an active volcano's crater.
Now we got 2 facts about this country. See what we did there?
This is how you play the game.
Okay, I'm pretty confident that's not Belgium.
I think
I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Put Crater Town for that one. All right. Most castles per square mile in the world.
Whoa, okay.
Okay.
Palm trees and castles.
Home to the largest insect in the world.
Okay.
Larger than some birds.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, that just gave me a shiver down my
I can't wait to
spine.
talk a lot about this insect.
Yeah.
This country is the source of the most expensive food on earth.
Okay.
All right.
And finally, longest national anthem in the world at over 6 minutes.
Whoa. Are they going to do it before the game?
Taking liberties.
I don't know if they'll be allowed to play it in its entirety.
They might have to abbreviate it.
Wow. All right.
The entire national anthem is over 6 minutes.
Wow.
Okay, I have a couple that I know, I think.
Oh, good.
You know some of these?
I know that Egypt was originally for the Statue of Liberty.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. We're going to put that in. I'm going to slot it in for Egypt.
Okay.
And I know that Spain hosts the biggest food fight in the world.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Yes.
You knew that about Spain?
I did.
Have you participated?
No. Maybe my old man did. He went to Spain a couple years ago. I have not been.
Is this the tomato festival thing?
I think so. I think it's the big tomato thing.
Okay, that's a good.
Now I'm going to Google it because I got it right.
Did you get it right? Did Joe say you got it correct? He didn't say you got it right.
I'll give you. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
got both of those correct.
Both are correct.
It's the
Spain
tomato
and
festival.
Egypt off the board.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, so we have Cabo Verde, Belgium, Saudi Arabia, Iran, New Zealand, and Uruguay. More palm trees than people. Third largest sea turtle population and a town inside an active volcano. More castles per square mile in the world. Largest insect. Most expensive food on earth. And the longest national anthem.
Yes.
I want to just go ahead and guess like largest insect first.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you guys have a lean here?
I'm leaning desert.
All right.
Which is making me think Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
But I don't.
Or Iran.
Iran.
Or Iran, yes.
And those are close, so
They
I
are.
feel like the insect would not stay in one or the other.
That's a good point.
Fair? Climate-based? I want to say New Zealand because Australia has the craziest stuff on Earth, and New Zealand is close.
I like that a lot, actually.
That's just what...
I like that. And there's some almost mildly deserty areas that are down there. I don't know
Maybe
about
not. New Zealand also would have a really good claim to sea turtles and an active volcano.
I was thinking Cabo Verde on that because of how obscure the facts are.
I
and
thought
it's such a
Cabo
small
Verde
country.
would be the palm trees.
More palm trees than people.
Ooh, see, I was also thinking maybe one of the desert countries for that.
Yeah.
Palm trees in the desert.
This all sounds
think of
very well
cacti.
thought out, this discussion.
Yes, we're thorough.
Most expensive food?
Most expensive food on Earth.
Most expensive food on Earth.
I've got an inkling on that too, but I'm not sure.
What is it?
An inkling. I want to hear the inkling.
At some point, I maybe watched, like one of those YouTube videos, like top 5 most expensive, and I feel like I remember Iran being in that video, but I don't know if that's right. I have no recollection of what the food would be or anything, but that's just a vague connection in my brain.
Your YouTube algorithm was suggesting most these types of videos?
This is old school. This is like, spending the summer watching YouTube videos.
Gotcha.
In between like 5th and 6th grade.
Okay.
But I'm, obviously not real confident about that.
I don't mind the bug idea for
New Zealand,
just because I feel like something freaky could be there, like in the.
I also know that
the
New
forest.
Zealand though has more sheep than people, does it not? Is that not a thing about New Zealand? Which is making me think it's possible that the palm trees could be.
I mean, these are all pretty.
I can't tell you whether I don't have that anywhere. Sheep, more sheep than people.
Google that.
What do we want to do here? I want to go New Zealand as the third.
I think New Zealand is
as sea turtles in the volcano, a town inside an active volcano.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, I'll live with it.
If you got a better,
I think it's.
I mean, it could be.
I think we take a shot.
Let's
go
shot.
with the active volcano.
Right.
Let's take a shot.
I'll go with the group.
Incorrect.
It's got to be Cabo Verde then.
Okay, Cabo Verde
For the sea turtles?
and the active volcano.
Yes.
Okay.
Cabo Verde, third most sea turtles, and it has a town inside a volcano.
That's kind of cool.
That's really cool.
All right, should we go with our gut? What was New Zealand? The insect.
The bug.
Yeah.
Insect.
Insect is correct for New Zealand.
Ah, we were right.
The giant whale, which is
The what?
WHEA.
Whea?
Way.
We.
71 grams, which is bigger than some birds.
Wow.
WHE what?
WHEA.
When I Google that, nothing comes up.
Oh, look up bug afterwards.
Did I spell it wrong in here? Hold on.
Maybe. No, that's a wheel bug. Yeah, I think we're looking at the
Sorry,
wrong-
WETA. ETA.
Oh, that's terrifying. It's just a big grasshopper.
Massive. Like bigger than your palm.
Yeah.
There's a picture of it eating a carrot.
It looks like it has the thickness of a soda can.
Yeah.
I can't even look at it.
Yeah. Wikipedia says one female reached a mass of about 70 grams.
Yep.
I don't have a 70 gram. What does that translate to?
2.47 ounces.
Also irrelevant.
What do you got? What do you got for me?
I don't know.
I mean, if it weighs
heavier than a sparrow, it says.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Sure.
works.
We got there.
Bigger than
Like
a
say,
Okay.
a bug could weigh 2 ounces, and if it was the size of this room, it would be terrifying. You know,
Correct. All right, you are missing
Yeah, we need palm trees,
castles.
castle. Oh, Belgium is castles. Gotta
Yeah.
be.
That
I like that one.
I like that.
Belgium is castles.
Yes.
Correct.
Small country.
The
You got
most
there.
castles per square mile in the world.
Okay,
Belgium.
we're on.
Palm trees.
Saudi? Is that Saudi?
And you also have longest national anthem and most expensive food.
I feel like the palm tree thing. I can go with Saudi Arabia. I feel like.
I think I want to go Saudi Arabia with the palm trees.
Lock it in?
Sure.
Because I feel like palm trees aren't all through Spain.
Correct. There are more palm trees than people in Saudi Arabia.
All right.
Okay.
Can I also hazard a guess at longest national anthem? It feels
Sure.
like a Spanish thing to do.
Okay. So you're going with the Uruguay on that?
Doesn't Spain?
It's only Uruguay and
It's-
Iran
Oh,
left.
oh, right. We got
Yeah,
we get-
Spain.
You got
You
Spain with
got
the world's
Spain.
largest food fight.
Okay, never mind then.
Longest
Forgot I
national
nailed that
anthem.
Spain one.
Longest national anthem and the most expensive food on earth. You have Uruguay and Iran.
Let's go with food
You
is
have 50-50
Uruguay.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
Let's just swap them.
You're right. Yeah, you watched the show.
Your
Almas-
YouTube video from 6th grade.
Almas
had the answer.
caviar from the Caspian Sea.
Everybody knows that.
From albino sturgeon that are between 60 and 100 years old. Whoa. That's your
Wow.
most expensive food on earth. Uruguay, home to the 6-minute national anthem.
Might have to play that at some point coming back. We'll see.
Find that.
I don't believe they will play the whole thing at the World Cup. That seems
Just triple time it. They'll be able to
ridiculous.
get through it. Speed it up.
All right.
you got like 50-50 on the first guess.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that.
I did not know before today that Egypt.
This bug has facial features.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
He's
does.
just gonna be
I had to
going
close
down
the
this rabbit
tab.
hole.
It does look like a supersized grasshopper.
Yeah.
I can't.
That
even
is,
look
yes.
at it.
It's not like dangerous at all, I think.
No.
It's gentle.
I feel like it'll fly into my head and give me a concussion.
Yeah, it's gentle.
In that way, it might be dangerous. I don't know if I don't think it flies though. I didn't see wings.
The bug is big as a gerbil.
Yeah, it's big.
Lots
Yeah.
of comps here.
Gerbil.
Lots of comps developing as we
Oh,
look.
I got a picture of it eating a carrot here that is really
Yeah, that's
freaking me out.
Saw that one.
Wow.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
All right. I think what else we saw from the World Cup over the weekend. What else there was?
Almost every game was pretty good. Like
Competitive?
went competitive, went late. Qatar scoring in the 97th minute. Switzerland, what are you doing?
Yeah.
They dominated the whole game. Brazil, Morocco was good the whole time.
I watched the Ivory Coast game yesterday, or I think it was Ivory Coast.
Yeah,
yesterday.
against
That
Ecuador?
was- yeah, it was awesome.
Netherlands, Japan was great.
Yeah.
Netherlands uniforms are 10 out of 10 great.
I like the Japan ones too.
Yeah.
I like the stripes.
The orange is awesome though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I find myself rooting for the Liverpool guys at this World Cup more than I have. in the
Yeah, I
last
mean,
World
that's
Cups.
makes sense.
For your club guys.
Yeah. Well, Spain today, Belgium today.
Belgium against Egypt at 3.
I forgot I have a Netherlands jersey. Another one. I told you I had the one that was a knockoff for
You have
$10.
two?
I have 2 Netherlands jerseys.
And is the other one like a real one?
Yeah. It's one they would have won in the World Cup in like 2010.
Okay.
Which maybe I'm weird like this. I do not root for the teams that are of like my heritage.
Uh-huh.
I just root for the teams that I went to visit their places. Like I root for the Netherlands, having been there, and I root for Portugal now, having like we just went there this past spring.
Yeah.
In April. So like I'm rooting for those teams. Like Ireland makes it. I'm sure Czechia, I think I've got some Czech. And I don't really feel a pull to root for those teams. I've got the US, and then it's just like actually I want to it's the same as like you know what it is? It's treating it like regular sports. You went to a game at Notre Dame and you're like, I have a root for them.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I am with the Portuguese and the Dutch now.
I find myself rooting for Canada. Been there
a
million times. And it's not like a rival in that sport. At
No,
all.
not
at all, really.
Not really, no.
Like I know they've played more meaningful games lately.
Right,
Although I will
Mexico
say
is the rivalry.
The Canada manager did say something about the U.S. players in the national anthem recently, but like whatever. I don't care.
What do you say?
That Jesse Marsh, who's had a icy relationship with the men's team because he wanted the job. He's from here and was the assistant coach at one of the World Cups. He's now the Canada coach, and he said that when he was the U.S. assistant coach, they would have to beg players to sing the national anthem, and here we just do it. Mm-hmm. And that's how Clint Dempsey taking offense to that. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Sounds like a thing.
But otherwise, I like them. That stadium still looks the pictures of the temporary seats that they put in that MLS stadium. It's just kind of crazy. Toronto, as big a city as it, doesn't have a stadium that would have been better for it. But they didn't want to do it. You can't really do it at Rogers Center.
No, not when the Jays have to play.
The Jays have to play, and the stadium's design. Well, I guess you could.
You could put a football, but you have to put grass in. Which it's been pretty impressive to see grass in all these stadiums.
I watched like a whole breakdown of how they did it, especially in like the indoor stadiums, and like the amount of science that went into getting the grass into the indoor stadiums is nuts.
Yeah. So especially Dallas. Dallas did some things where they filled in dugout spaces with all this foam, and they raised up and built the grass.
Yeah, it's raised like 2 feet.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. A full platform for the grass.
Yep.
And then the sideline is – it's actually – the Bills Stadium works for this very well, where the field is grass and the sideline is turf.
Right.
The Bills Stadium has that going on, which makes sense. Like, guys are going to be standing on the turf. They won't, eat it up and chew it up when they're just standing there if it gets rainy. So,
and NFL players are very jealous.
Yes, they are.
About all this.
It looks great, and
they proved they can do it. Right?
Yeah.
Like, at this point, like, if you're the Giants owner, like, isn't it just like you just did it? So clearly the only reason you're not doing it is money.
You proved you could do it for an event. Are you talking about in Dallas you're going to fill in all those spaces with foam?
Yeah,
and
no,
build
I'm not.
Up?
I think that would be more true of, like, the outdoor stadiums
Right.
that are doing it.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't think a Cowboys player now would be expecting the Cowboys to do it full time.
No, not retroactively.
Unless you have the thing the Cardinals have, which is like you can wheel the grass outside the stadium so they can be outside.
Yeah.
You could, unless you have that, you can't really do it full year.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. The Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions, and the Knicks win the title as well. A lot of the Knicks reaction video hit me in the feels. Not getting any of that for Carolina, but for the Knicks.
What happened that made them so lovable?
53 years, and everybody knows that they care.
That's it?
They care about basketball a lot.
Okay. So
New York City
will we
is
feel that way about Toronto when the Maple Leafs win the Cup?
I will. Definitely.
Okay.
I know that I will. I don't necessarily root for the Leafs like a Leafs fan, but if the Leafs were in the Cup final against, you name the team in the West, I know I'll feel happy for the Leafs fans. There's a video going around about there's a girl riding the train talking about how she talked to her dad last night and realizing that, like, my whole life we've been talking about the Knicks every day, and, like, I got up this morning and they were the champions. Like, and that's you hope that someday we get that, and maybe it's just time on task. Like the Hurricanes, I'm sure you'd have anecdotal evidence of families growing up loving the Hurricanes, but not like the Knicks. And the Knicks have been around forever.
Yeah.
And again, in my lifetime, the most famous Knicks team is a team that was a lot like the Bills or Carolina. Like the Knicks during the Jordan era had a great run. And then Jordan left for 2 years, and they got to the finals and lost.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't get there both years. They got there 1 year because the next time it was Shaq, right?
They met the Magic. They
Rockets
swept.
beat the Knicks, and then they beat Shaq, yeah. But those Knicks teams were great, and they had unbelievable heartbreak losses to Jordan's Bulls. It's a lot like the Bills with Mahomes. Like, this team was better than that team. How come you couldn't beat them? Well, Jordan. No, all right. I guess we were the second best team for 5 years.
It's just crazy that you can have so much of the country, and I feel like it was everybody pulling for a New York team. Like, that takes a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it is it's probably a combo of two things. One, it's a combo of the drought, 53 years, and it's Brunson.
Like,
because there's no way you cannot like Brunson.
Look at this run from the Knicks in the 90s. Start where you want to start. You want to start in 80.
When does Ewing get there? Well, sorry, when are they good with Ewing there?
When are they good?
Yeah, like
they finished,
early 90s?
They finished first in the Atlantic starting in 1989. They lose to the Bulls in the conference finals in 6 games.
Okay.
The next year they lose in the conference semis to Detroit, who I think wins the title.
Yep.
First round series to the Bulls. But this is the run. Starting in 91-92, conference semifinal loss to the Bulls in 7 games. The next year, conference finals loss to the Bulls in 6 games. The next year, lose the NBA Finals to the Rockets in 7 games. The next year, lose the conference semis to the Pacers in 7 games. A 7-7-6-7 game run where you lost in all those spots. And to your point about a New York team, I saw somebody make this point, and I thought it was off the mark. Just somebody on Twitter saying, look at how many people are happy for the Knicks. And I bet if the Bills win, people downstate won't be as happy. Well, there's a very obvious reason that's the case. We don't have a team in the fight. They do. Like when the Bills win, Jets fans will have the Jets. We don't have a team counter to the Knicks. You could maybe, back in the day, of course, the Braves, or you like whoever you like, but they're not winning at our expense.
Right.
Whereas if the Bills win, why would New York be happy? Why should they be happy?
I mean, a Giants fan could be happy.
Sure, you could be happy for a team that hasn't won in a while.
Yeah.
But to me, the comparison was pretty rough. Like, come on. What's tough to understand about this?
Yeah, no, I think the Bills, if they were in the Super Bowl, would get a lot of the same pull that the Knicks
You'd get a
got
lot of people
nationwide.
rooting for the Bills, for sure. A fan base where everybody, like, whenever you get a fan base where everybody knows it matters a lot and they haven't won, I think you get a lot of impartials and casuals to just jump on that side. 803-0550 if you want to chime in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Do you want a fun Carolina stat here for you?
Sure.
Okay. How do I phrase this in a specific way? It's a stat I'm making up. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're at Freddie Anderson count, 14. Players, regular players, over 30. That's an old team. Here's the list. Guys that are 30 or older. Nikolai Ehlers, 30. Just signed a UFA deal last year. He's 30.
Okay.
Do they win the cup without him?
Hey,
Probably
Joe
not.
DiBiase here for
Maybe not.
Awaken
Taylor
180.
Hall,
Tell me if this is
34. Jordan Martinook,
he was
33.
second in scoring, by the way.
Martinook,
Taylor Hall.
33. Stahl wins the Conn Smythe, 37. Carrier, 31. Jankowski, 31. Eric Robinson, 31. Delorier, 35. Jacob Slavin, 32. Sean Walker, 31. Gostisbehere, 33.
It's like their best three defensemen.
Right. This is an old team.
Miller's pretty good. Chatfield, too. But, yeah, that's really old.
That's an old team. Anderson, 36. It's an old team. And we're sitting here at the center of a debate about whether or not the Sabres should pay one old guy. One.
Right.
Right? It's not.
It is kind of crazy.
They don't have
Florida had a lot of old guys, too, when they were winning cups. I mean, they brought in Marchand, and he was playing, obviously.
We're over here pulling our hair about one old guy.
One old guy.
They don't have another old guy under contract for a lot. Now, granted.
Right, where would Tuck rank on the Hurricanes in age?
In age? He's 30 right now.
I think he's either 30 or he's turning 30 before the season.
Okay, well, he'd be behind.
He's 30. He turned 30 in May.
Good. He'd be behind everyone that I just listed. I can see when Ehlers turned 30.
Yeah.
If it was more recently than Alex Tuck turned 30. February. Nope.
So Ehlers is the only one that you just named that he's actually younger than?
No, he's younger than all. Tuck's younger than all of them.
Or that's what
yeah,
older
that's what
than.
you meant. Yeah. Tuck's younger than every single player I just mentioned. Now, every player I mentioned isn't under contract, through 2030. Like Gostisbehere is under contract for next year, and that's it.
Okay.
Jalen Chatfield, he's 30. Whatever. He's one. The point is, the Sabres have their aging veterans. Sure, we could get to like Jason Zucker and Jordan Greenway and their ages. Like Zucker's 34.
Yep. Zucker's is evidence of this too, though. Like he showed up at 32 when he got here and has just been really solid.
It's happening, Knicks fans. It's happening. It's been 53 years. But for this moment, it was well worth the wait. A playoff run that'll go down in history, and a team that will live forever. Next stop, the Canyon of Heroes. The New York Knicks are NBA champions.
That's the Knicks broadcast. You know, it's funny. We did get two very unlikable, unpopular owners that won championships over the weekend.
Tom Dundon and James Dolan.
Yeah. James Dolan was very excited on the stage, though, wearing like an orange suit.
Yep.
When he got handed the trophy. It's a good trophy. The Larry O'Brien.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's bigger than the Lombardi Trophy.
It is. The World Cup trophy is small.
It is, yeah.
For, how big the tournament is. 803-0550. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Hockey rumors are about to start hitting like, one after the other. We got through our juicy rumors earlier today. Mm-hmm. Sabres offseason approaching. For the Bills, football season, what's happening today? Brandon Ayuk, maybe.
Yeah,
might get released.
He might get cut. He posted on Instagram, which kind of implied that he's very excited that that's about to happen. And really, what benefit do the Niners have at this point to holding on to him?
Right, just move on.
Yeah, unless you're mad at him and you want to, hold him hostage because you hate the way that it all went down. I mean, I guess you could do that, but the only reason you would hold on to him is if you think you're getting something in a trade. And I have to imagine that's dead at this point.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Who is giving up anything for him? So he'll get cut and go to Washington, right?
Washington's been the favorite. He's been spotted. He posted in a Commander's hat.
Yeah.
So I guess that's probably most likely.
Ooh, you asked me the Diggs game from last week, more or less likely. What's more likely, Ayuk or Diggs?
For the Bills?
For the Bills. Or is it a tie?
Diggs.
Diggs
more likely.
Although Joe Brady did talk to Matt Perino about it over the weekend. It did not sound like they're about to add.
I don't think they're going to do it, but it's much.
No,
I think it's more like. Maybe I should take that back. Because Ayuk could be the lowest risk if you sign him to nothing.
Because you could just, if he does anything you don't like, you could just cut him.
Right. I guess maybe I should reconsider. But I just don't think they're bringing in anybody like that. Because Ayuk, I think Ayuk could actually command a reasonable number. Maybe his side of the story, another team will buy, and because of that, Diggs.
Diggs got cleared, I guess, from the league this weekend.
He did.
No personal conduct policy violation, so he's not getting suspended for anything, which might have been the last thing teams were waiting on that would have been interested in him.
Yep.
But he's not signed since then. So, the same. I'm not expecting the Bills to sign him. I did not see post anything over the weekend about the Bills. So,
yeah,
that'll probably cool a bit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be not 2 months, a month and change without hopefully anything crazy.
For the Bills side, yeah. You would just hope that you just fly under the radar. What, are you going to sign Shaq Thompson? That might be the extent of it?
I bet they don't do anything before day one of camp. Anything.
Of significance. Because there'll be guys that are in and out, right?
But what would happen in the months in between? I guess they would be meeting after minicamp and make a decision, and maybe there would be someone who does get cut. It doesn't have to be Ayuk in the next month and a half, and that could be your extra guy you're bringing. But of significance. I don't feel like this is a time of year where that actually happens. It was 2 weeks ago. There's post June 1 stuff, and unless there's a bad holdout somewhere in the league, trying to think of big trade, Pickens. I'm thinking about in Dallas.
Pickens is going to report to mandatory minicamp for the Cowboys.
Okay, so if he's doing that, then he's not putting up a stink.
He'd get fined if he didn't.
Right. There's no situation ugly enough in the league that I feel like. You know what? One thing maybe that is still hanging out there a little bit is Max Crosby just going to be a Raider? He's just going to stay there?
Probably.
They clearly wanted to move him. He had bad blood at the end of the regular season with them, and he got traded. Like, he went to Baltimore and met with them and did the whole physical. So I guess that could be the one thing in the league that could still happen.
I'll give you a name. What happens with Tyreek Hill?
Okay, I saw
Deebo Samuel, Tyreek Hill.
Someone posted, it was Hill, I'm assuming from Instagram, that he was somewhere where he both had a boot on his leg and also a boot on his wrist. I guess it wouldn't be a boot on his wrist. It'd be a cast on his wrist. So something's wrong with his wrist and his leg at the moment. I mean, that's just going to be the Chiefs, isn't it?
Probably. I'm looking over all the free agents that are available. Like Marshawn Lattimore does not yet have a team.
Okay.
Deebo Samuel, if you want that. Leonard Floyd. Bobby Wagner. There's some names out here. Larry Ogunjobi.
I mean, Sal's even mentioned, like, they could use one more corner, couldn't they? I think Lattimore's probably too good for that, though, isn't he?
I mean, you say one more corner, I say Vaughn.
You say Von?
Von
Miller?
Von Miller.
I mean, he was pretty good last year.
He was productive.
With Washington. All right. I wouldn't be against that. He is familiar with this system, if I remember correctly.
It really is like, just again,
and he's familiar with Bradley Chubb.
Looking at the free agents at Spot Track, maybe this is the fun exercise. The Bills might not add anybody, but Gabe Davis, Jordan Phillips, Matt Prater, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, Brandon Cooks, Tre'Davious White, Taylor Rapp, Matt Milano, Larry Ogunjobi, Daquan Jones, Curtis Samuel, Joey Bosa. All available. All, I don't want to say important players. Would I say important players?
I mean, guys who played.
A lot of them. And played a lot.
It's a lot of snaps.
Are they going to add Trey White? Trey White.
I'm not holding my breath that they're going to sign Trey White.
Trey White, Shaq Thompson, Brandon Cooks, all three. If they signed those players today, I would not be surprised.
Who are the three? Trey White, Shaq Thompson, and who?
Brandon Cooks.
And Brandon Cooks. I think of those three, Trey White is the least likely.
Okay.
Why is he's not, this is not the same coach. So what's he's coming back because he would still have buddies on the team, and maybe he likes the area.
Depth,
doesn't want to leave it.
Cheap, depth, leader, help the young guys. You do have a young corner room.
Does he fit what they want to do though?
Maybe not.
Do they want to be more aggressive, and doesn't the way their defense sounds make it sound like the job of their corners is going to be harder?
Yes. On the outside, yeah.
And do I want to be isolating Trey White more often?
Maybe I shouldn't.
One-on-ones?
Maybe I shouldn't say harder, but it's definitely different.
Right. But different in a way that I don't really think Trey White at this point in his career would be the guy you're thinking of. I don't know who that would be. I mean, again, it could be Lattimore, but he might be too high profile. I don't want to pay him a bunch. So it's just not. If it was still McDermott as the head coach, then I would be like, yeah, Trey White's going to be back at some point. But it's not. It's Jim Leonard. So they have not. Their defense, have they made a single signing this offseason that was like recycle, bring the guy back? Like who did they re-sign on defense? That wasn't already under contract. Did they do that with anybody?
No. The entire defensive coaching staff pretty much was moved on from.
Like part of that list, it's stark because no other teams have picked up any of those guys, but neither have the Bills. And maybe if McDermott was still the head coach, they would have picked a couple of them back up. But the change in coach and the change in system leads you to other depth guys.
Right, like if McDermott had kept the job, is Taron Johnson here instead of in Vegas?
Yeah.
It's a fair question.
Or do they re-sign? Have they re-signed Shaq Thompson already? If McDermott is still the head coach, or have they re-signed Trey White?
I do still think Shaq Thompson is a candidate to come back still.
Right, because he has experience playing in this style too. So
Matt Milano just out there.
Right.
Is Matt Milano's career over? He's 31.
31, but a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
I bet half those guys signed with teams in camp or right before camp. Like a team that might have an injury at the position, and that's what they're waiting for.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up top of the hour. Tim and Brad are back this week, I believe. Mm-hmm. All right, very good. Owen, how'd it go with Andrew Peters? Good. You guys got some good hockey in?
Yeah, it was awesome. We had a really good time
Nice.
tuning in. Got tons of calls, so thank you to everybody that tuned in and listened. Andrew, I know, really enjoyed it and appreciated it. I did, obviously, as well. So keep an eye out. I'll let you know if we're going to be back at any point.
Anybody expecting an Alex Tuck announcement today?
What
if they were very close and they just said they weren't, and now the season's over, and now bang, there it is.
I am not thinking that is. They are gonna. If they are announcing something, it'll be in 15 days or 16 days.
11th hour kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. What I would say about Carolina and the Knicks and everything right now, I am, sometimes you go through things in your life, you feel a change in yourself. I feel myself right now changing into that I kind of believe one of these two teams of ours is going to win or certainly has a chance to win. Mm-hmm. And I really am in a complete title or bust mode for both of them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I've never been at that point for both these teams. It's not to say I'm not going to have fun during the regular season for either of them as well. But Carolina, what'd they do? They're the team that had been knocking on the door for 5 years, and they win the cup. What about the Knicks? Really good. Yeah. Thought they hit the ceiling. Fired their coach.
After losing in the conference finals, fired their coach.
Fired their coach, hired a new guy, won the title. I think about this for a lot of teams. I think about this for, Arsenal, for Rory McIlroy. The World Cup, is that what's next? Is it England that's going to win the World Cup?
England and
or Portugal?
You would say Brazil. Brazil's not won a World Cup in 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could say it for Portugal. You could say it for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Somebody that is worthy of having one finally gets one.
Yeah.
And, for a lot of Bills and Sabres fans, we went through long droughts, not like Carolina's 20-year didn't win a cup drought, which I don't want to hear a word about 20 years without a cup. Get real. That's not a drought. That's just normal. That's just very normal life, 20 years. The Knicks, 50? Now that's long.
That's 50. Was it 53?
53. That's a long time.
Was the exact number? Yeah.
But for both of our teams, I'm like Rocky in Russia montage motivated, climbing mountains, crumpling pictures of my opponent, singularly focused because I'm watching all these teams get over the hump. It keeps happening. It has to be one of these two teams has to do it, and they have to do it in the next 5 years. Somebody's got to do it already. I'm tired of waiting. You're tired of waiting. Generations before us are tired of waiting.
I was going to say, there are...
you've been waiting 60
fans
years.
Fans go back to the 70s that have been waiting.
Tired of waiting. Tired of acting like, maybe someday we'll get a chance. No. Both these teams have to break the door down and do whatever it takes. And, we'll see what Yarmo's offseason looks like. The Bills' offseason, they went like a team that's trying to win. We'll see if they're going to add any more at the deadline or whatever, or how the coaching change is going to work. But I am very much in a... Man, it has to happen.
Yeah.
In the next 5 years, we have to see an appearance in the title round. It has to happen. I had something I was going to tell you from the weekend. I forget what it was. I don't know.
What happened on the weekend? I mean, other than we had a lot of sports on the weekend.
Yes. In addition to the sports were T-ball, soccer, picture days. Lots going on. Busiest. I mean, man. We saw Scotland, the Tartan Army.
Yeah.
Taking over Boston / Gillette.
Yeah. That is pretty cool to see, like, how many fans traveled here.
Yeah.
For almost every team. Which maybe is why part of the ticket sales being so high.
I thought the one Canada game, there were a lot of empty seats in the lower bowl, Canada-Bosnia. Maybe people were just going to the bathroom. Nick Mendola, who joined us earlier, if you missed it, said the atmosphere was absolutely incredible. That couldn't believe how good it would be, how good it was based on high expectations. So that's good. As the tournament goes along, the games get higher stakes. Hydration breaks indoors in 66-degree climate-controlled games.
Nick talked about the hydration breaks. They are just there for commercials, right?
In some cases, yes.
They wanted to sell commercial time.
Yes.
TV, did. The Knicks had the 8th longest wait between titles in the Big Four sports.
Other teams that have waited longer.
Yep.
The Rangers, 54.
Yep, by 1.
The Rangers,
Couple of famous ones in baseball.
Cubs.
108 years. That is number one by 20 years.
Red Sox,
86 years. In fact, the top 4 are all baseball. Actually, everything on this list but 3 is baseball. So the White Sox is 88 years.
Yep.
The Twins, 63 years. That's 1924 to 1987. The Giants, the San Francisco Giants, who actually went New York, San Francisco, so that was 56 years. And there's one NFL team that went 57 years between championships. Here we are, though, counting NFL championship.
Counting NFL but not AFL?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eagles is on this list. Please. Shouldn't count. If we're not counting AFL, you're not allowed to count that.
Right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is up next.